Here it is. The 18th of December 2024 has arrived. There's been a lot of preparation for this day, and I'm happy that we are together and we could capture all the essence from 2024 and set a very clear message to 2025. Really, the purpose of this summit is to meet. So you feel free to connect, you feel free to reach out to each other and continue along the vibe, your own engagements. We're here to take stock, to really learn what the 2024 has brought to us, what we've learned from it, and where are we planning to take this, and to understand better the emergence as a concept. This has been puzzling me and challenging me personally, and I'm trying to bring the same excitement to the entire movement to really learn about something that we don't see in school papers, we don't see really in the modeling yet, fully embraced. The emergence, something that we're actually all part of, something that life is all about. Of course, to gain trust in self-motivation. I am sure that today's stories will inspire many because they are supported by people who just had a call and followed. And their amazing stories will come forward today. And I hope that this will be a great encouragement for others as well, that will see that a single person matters, but only together we can deliver results. Of course, also to gain trust in cross-pollination. When Alexander joined us just a few minutes ago and asked me what is this summit all about, I said, Alexander, it feels like this whole summit will be about cross-pollination. It feels that this is the word of today's summit, and we'll see what's going to emerge, and I would be more than happy to hear your responses. And of course, to listen to the whispers and callings that are evolving for 2025. So this is just a setup right now. So opening meditation, as it's something very characteristic for our summits, is becoming an essential part. Then we will set the stage with few information and statistics about Ecocivilisation, then and with the incredible 3 keynote speakers. Basically, it's not going to be a speaking time, it's going to be a dialogue time. So you're invited to add comments in the line below as well in the chat room if you have some special questions for them. Then we'll move on into setting the transformative flow, especially looking at the progressive evolution of the movement itself, and of course, incredible partnership network that is evolving with some great colleagues that will come and share their points of view on cross-pollination and the future of our collaboration. Then we will set the vibes for 2025. Of course, besides the key content for next year, part of the summit also awards became sort of unavoidable part of the summit too. So we will have it this year as well. And then some reflections, discussions, and of course the closing meditation, which will bring everything again together. So without further ado, I would like to ask our dear friend, Eleftheria, who has been, since the beginning, an important curator of this movement, to take over and to bring us all together. And I can see there is 45 of us already in the room. Bring us all together for this inspiring journey. Eleftheria, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Violeta, and welcome everybody to another super exciting summit of Ecocivilisation. To open and for us to really just move into connection, I'm going to invite you into a Jungian active imagination. And the first invitation here is for us to just really connect with that innocent child that lives inside of all of us, that's alive and well within all of us, whose imagination is still active, who still sees the wonder and the beauty in the world around us and reflected within all the participants here and everybody and every living being in the world. And so, since our word is cross-pollination, I would like to invite us all to practice before we just go into a little meditation, into co-regulation of the nervous system. Our nervous systems are interconnected, and this is something that a lot of children in the community really also enjoy. And so this is called bee breath. And the bee breath actually stimulates the vagus nerve, and it really just relaxes our nervous system. So we're going to take a deep breath in, and then for the entire exhalation out, we're going to buzz like a bee, like bzzz. And you're really going to connect with the inner child within you doing this. So feel free to laugh at me or ourselves together. So we're going to take together a deep belly breath in. And when you're ready for your full exhale out, bzzz. And you can just feel your nervous system relaxing already. And I invite you to close your eyes now and just become aware of the gentle rise and fall of your breath. Just observing for a moment the effortless breath that brings us into presence. And then just turning your awareness and your gaze inwards. Just become aware of your body, the chair that you're sitting in, the gravitational pull of your presence here today. And we just kind of imagine, sense, and feel roots grounding us and centering us. Imagining roots growing from the bottom of your feet, just growing deeper and deeper, wider and wider, into the rich, nourishing soil of Mother Earth. And as your roots are growing deeper, you're just becoming more and more present in every beautiful, vibrating cell of your body. And for a moment, just let go of the day, the week, and the whole year's stuff. Staying with the movement of the breath, just scanning your body and just noticing without judgment or analysis how your body is feeling today. In this observation, can we create full acceptance and love of where you are today and where your body is at today? And now just imagining like all the beautiful forests we have in our world, that from the bottom of your feet, your roots, there's a mycelium network that connects all of us. And through this mycelium network, we exchange information, passing nurturing and love backwards and forwards, together, holding space for a dream of a civilization rooted in love, connection, and compassion. And for a moment, can we express gratitude and see the beauty? And as we reflect on our interconnection, can we fully appreciate ourselves, the you that is you, the authentic you, in the we that we are. We bring our awareness now to the sacred heart and just imagine that it's opening like a blooming flower, just opening to receive whatever it is that we need to receive today. In this connection, staying rooted, we take another deep belly breath in, draw that breath all the way to the top of your head. And with your exhale, just sigh out this breath. Again, becoming aware of your body, sitting on the chair, the gentle rise and fall of the breath. Let your next in-breath bring you into full presence. And when you're ready, you just gently start opening your eyes, seeing through the doorway of the heart. I think we're all back. And I hand the word back to you, Violeta.
A deep bow and thank you, Lefteria. I just got a message that all the connections are there. We just have to become aware of them, and then that's how we activate them. So lovely meditation. Thank you very much. And that is the vibe that will get us straight into the next one. This is the first block of content that we're going to share. I named it Setting the Stage, and first one is the few data and information about ecocivilisation emerging, and then we'll go into the keynote dialogues. So I will just briefly walk you now through some key facts about the eco-civilization as we stand today. And through that, I hope we will then continue to engage in this flow. Well, now it's getting clearer and clearer that our movement is becoming a societal model that integrates ecological sustainability, environmental harmony, and fundamental principles of the development of human civilization. It's emerging as holistic approach. Sometimes it feels also a bit chaotic because the topics somehow don't directly seem to connect, but in an overall picture that we hold, all the topics are just the dots, and the dots are getting more and more congested, and little by little they just connect by itself. And that's what I feel is the essence of emergence as well. And this leads us into sort of a harmonious coexistence between humanity and the planet itself, and recognizing that the health and prosperity of both are really, really closely intertwined. And somehow I feel we are invited that we bring this integrated connection between humanity and the planet itself back, which was sort of pulled apart through industrial revolutions to serve the purpose of a particular revolutionary stage of humanity and the planet. So if I share in short what I can hear through all different summits and meetings and dialogues, I would say that the eco-civilization movement at this point in the evolution is really a disruptive global cluster of people who care. This became so clear, especially this year. Bringing people together who care. Doesn't matter what's the profession, doesn't matter on which social level and scale you're connecting. The important vibe of all people who gather and stay around and co-create is that we all care about our future, care about ourselves, care about the society, and also global interaction of the planet Earth with the entire universe. The other very important message from people who engage was that they feel safe. Safe to collaborate, safe to innovate, safe to engage, and safe to express what they feel, what they dream about, and what they want to do. So that's another strong message. And last but not least, we're seeking or searching or challenging the core foundation of our future civilization. And that is somehow emerging on its own. We just got to listen, tap into this. And of course, nobody can do it on its own. And that's why it's so great to have many people who are sort of listening to these vibes, and collectively our awareness is growing and our consciousness is expanding to the point that we can actually comprehend much more than we did at the beginning of this year, 3 years ago, 4.5 years ago, when the whole story has started. So I'm not going to go through that. This is all published in a webpage. But yes, we're still after some long-term vision of possibility to evolve into a more ecologically conscious civilization, meaning in a closer relationship with planet Earth itself, and through that, with the universe that we are all part of. Goals are still standing. So yes, we want to keep the planet Earth as ecozone. So we're asking constantly ourselves how we need to emerge as humanity to fit into this. And also the strategies have not changed that much, which means the aspect is broad enough that allows the emergence within their own. And the current focus, that has grown from water, soil, air. We got now new, and maybe circular economy, we got now new elements, which is mental health, leadership challenge, and different aspects of cross-pollination. So if we need to sort of pull out, which is always hard, really, the key achievements in 2025, I would say we were successful in growing the network further. We cross-pollinated our ideas with many new sister networks. We took eco-civilization spirit in all over the world beyond the like-minded circles, which I think for all of us is a great opportunity. And not only to, of course, talk about eco-civilization, but also about your networks, that we are confident that this emergence of new concepts, that even though maybe they started with one person or with a momentum of few people sharing a space at one point in life, that doesn't mean that they don't make sense on a global scale. And only when we discuss them, only when we bring them to the circles that might not be in favor of our topics, that's where the real test is. And that's where we can actually grow even further and deeper. And that started to happen. We will see through different presentations that our either partners or curators are exercising different thoughts beyond the only eco-civilization movement and test their own visions with maybe some sparkles from this movement as well. And yes, we have published a new book, Water the Essence of Life, which we're proud of, and we will hear about some good results during the summit. This still somehow holds. We are now moving from just proof of concept, which will, of course, for several areas continue to evolve. But as you will see next year, we will start with some real project prototyping, which I'm very excited about, because that means we also talk about funding, which is important, no matter how much I was trying to avoid it. But its eco-civilization movement has grown to the point that it needs some financial support as well, but nothing dramatic. It will not fall apart if we don't get any. Don't worry about it. But we are encouraged that by maturing some of our topics, moving into the prototyping level, project level, we can act in that framework as well. These are the figures from 2 weeks ago, which I'm very proud that this year we are officially in 50 countries. We have 115 official representatives, many more members. And the number of events we've already jointly delivered is growing nicely. There are also already some new countries waiting at the door, some exciting new members forthcoming, but we will engage with them directly in 2025 in January. So we started, just a quick reminder, in April 2022. What shall I say? There is really no tangible obligations where we want to take this. It's the emergence, so we take it where the emergence is taking us. But boy, I'm enjoying this process and travel and the whole emergence, because it's full of really, really nice surprises. So we'll continue to hold the space for that. And of course, our partner networks are one of the key new fresh vibes through which we can understand better ourselves, but at the same time also better understand the moment we live in and the opportunities that are arising from those particular moments. So these are the new member countries, which we will maybe greet later as well. Especially these are the faces of new female wings, but most of them are now emerging with their male partners as well, which is really great information. And during the year, and especially at the summit for 2025, we will focus a lot on this she for he and he for she closer relationships, because there is no era of women or no era of men. And if any of us, either men or women, are underprivileged in the society, we are all underprivileged. So we're yet to learn what it really means, not to favor one over the other, but to really build on the capacity of both a progressive and outgoing society who can constantly readjust, who has the resilience capacity integrated in its all core vibe, but at the same time is very open for a sustainable development wherever that is taking us. So I'm greeting all of you who are here today, and these are our new vibes. Very happy to connect, not almost the entire Balkan, and that was one of incredible vibes. But it's a very strong message to the world as well, that we have two fantastic vibes from Ukraine and from Russia, who are both dedicated to our cause and to development of a new, peaceful, engaging and collaborative society for the future. So welcome all: Ukraine, Kosovo, Russia, Nigeria, Greece, Luxembourg, Bosnia and Herzegovina with the new chair, Albania, Poland, and an additional country chair from Bulgaria. So welcome. to you all. A few facts, I'm not going to read them all. Most of them are from their continue from the year 2023 and 2022 to 2024. And they are still there. These focus topics for the year seem to be very good. So as you will see, we will continue in the forthcoming year, 2025, with even a stronger commitment. So I said I'm going to say a few words about funding. This was the year for the first time that Ecocivilisation was attracting some philanthropic funds or a project fund for the first time. As you probably know, that until 2024, all the activities were funded by myself. I had to prove the concept as well and put some resources where my mouth was. This will continue to evolve in this direction for some time, I know, but we got really great support for our new webpage. We got great support for the publishing of a new book. And for the first time, we got a for us, a big project for Western Balkans, for a roadshow on climate change and energy resilience, which is now used to fund all of the administrative costs for 2025. And we also use the same revenue to fund the Cuba conference, which you will hear more about in a couple of minutes. So that's encouraging. We will continue to walk along this path. And for this year, for the first time, we're planning to launch also a sort of a special add to our webpage, a special app through which we will start accepting donations as well. This is the slide that I actually prepared for myself. And then I thought, well, I need to put this out and encourage others to start writing the history, because this is the year of 2024 for me. I mean, that's why this is the last engagement I have today. And then I close the shop. Tomorrow after 2 o'clock, my shop will be closed till 10th of January. But this is the year of incredible vibes all over the world. And no matter in which capacities, I managed to put at least a core message of eco-civilization on the table. I'm not saying you have to do it for eco-civilization, but I'm encouraging you that you put what you believe in, what you really feel that is the right thing to do in this world, that you keep putting it forward at any opportunity that you have. Really great year, and hopefully next year we will see a lot of collages like this from many of you, showing what are the vibes, how far the vibes have reached, and possibly what were the bouncing messages or the results. Okay, that is just a really short push of information about the year 2024. And now, before I go further, I need to check, is Jean-Claude with us already? Do we see it?
I am here.
All right, Jean. Okay, so we are ready to bring you on board and greet you as my coordinating partner. And before I ask you a couple of questions, Jean, let me introduce you. Not everybody probably knows you, so I will use this opportunity. Jean Todt is our denim partner for Ecocivilisation Movement and G100 Global Network. And it's been a real privilege to have you with us, Jean, especially on this exciting journey. Your charisma, achievements, and leadership have left a profound impact on the global stage for decades. From your winning legacy as a racer and your presidency at Ferrari to your transformative tenure as the long-standing president of FIA, your dedication to safety has saved countless lives, and not only in Formula One, but also through innovations like safety helmets that protect motorcyclists on roads worldwide. Naturally, your appointment as a UN Special Envoy for Road Safety further underscores your commitment to making a difference on a global scale. So, welcome, and it's a real privilege to have you with us also today. So, here is my first question to you. What does it mean to you to be part of emerging movement? And how do you view the eco-civilization movement from your unique perspective as a global traveler and UN Special Envoy?
No, thank you, Violeta, and the privilege is for me. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be part of the eco-civilization movement from its creation. It's represent a bold reimagining of how societies can grow sustainably, placing human well-being and safety at the center. As the UN Special Envoy for road safety, I know that road safety is a universal challenge involving every citizen around the planet, and tragically claiming 1.2 million lives annually and 50 million people injured with disability, and it's number one cause of death and injuries for young people. And it's as highlighted in the WHO Global Status Report on Road Safety 2023. For me, addressing road safety is not just about saving lives, but about building equitable and resilient communities, a vision that aligns strongly with the principle you created with Ecocivilisation. And the movement's emphasis on shared responsibility mirrors the ethos of the second decade of action for road safety, which aims to reduce road traffic fatalities and injuries by 50% by 2030. It's among SDGs 3.6. And both endeavors demonstrate that real progress comes from working together, whether at a global, national, or community level.
Well, great. This sets the pace of how deep and far we could actually, we are invited to think and expand our engagements in order to create a fairer society, and especially society where it capitalizes its benefits of its people, not try to take them out of the picture and in a brutal case, in a brutal way like road safety accidents are. But what is your perspective? I mean, you're a global traveler. You meet politicians, you meet all kinds of people on your journeys which promote road safety. So what is your perspective on the current global repositioning of power? So do you believe it's underway? Are we seeing a new world emerging? And if so, how do you interpret its implications?
The repositioning of power globally is undeniable, but it also brings new opportunities for multilateral collaboration to address challenges such as climate change, sustainable development, and road safety. As we rethink transportation systems, it is clear that sustainable mobility must prioritize as a critical driver of development. Road safety is a key piece of this puzzle, ensuring that progress does not come at the cost of human lives. And events like the upcoming fourth Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety, which will be hosted in Marrakesh next February, provide a chance to demonstrate what global partnership can achieve. These gatherings are pivotal moments for strengthening commitments, addressing infrastructure disparities, and scaling up impactful solutions. Multilateralism remains our most effective tool in delivering tangible results, particularly in road safety, where the stakes are so high, as you know.
Mm. But look, Jean, I mean, when you say that, do you see some real role of grassroots movements like eco-civilization in this global efforts, or what? Maybe even more direct question: do you have any advice for us? What aspects should we prioritize to ensure a sustainable and resilient path towards development in the years to come?
Grassroots movements like Ecocivilisation play a vital role in fostering community-driven solutions. This is particularly critical for road safety, where local engagement can make the difference between life and death. For instance, 93% of road traffic deaths occur in low and middle-income countries, underscoring the need for grassroots advocacy to raise awareness and push for safer infrastructure and change behaviors.
Mm.
Initiatives like the United Nations Road Safety Fund are critical in bringing collective funding and expertise to this local effort where usually there were no funding for road safety. However, grassroots movements amplify this impact by driving home the human cost of inaction and advocating for community-led change. And together, these efforts create a powerful synergy between global frameworks and local action, shaping a safer and more sustainable issues.
Well, do I hear here now an invitation? I mean, do you envision that your organization and Eco-Civilization movement could engage together and become, more, do more cross-pollination and act together in the future?
I mean, first, to ensure a sustainable and resilient future, we must prioritize safe, sustainable mobility systems. They are fundamental to development and closely tied to climate action. Enhancing road safety can directly reduce congestions, which is a burden we don't speak about, lower emissions, and contribute to environmental sustainability. For example, safe, well-designed transport networks encourage public transportation, cycling, and walking, modes of travel that are safer and significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Addressing these components through sustainable urban planning and investment in safer transport systems has a dual benefit. It saves life and reduces the carbon footprint and transportation. Second, focus on partnership and collaboration. Progress requires uniting governments, private sector, and civil society. Through partnerships, we can achieve solutions that are scalable and inclusive.
Well, I think we've heard the message, Jean. I will get back to you and see how we can strengthen your efforts and how we can empower our local wings to act in this area as well. So thank you very much for your...
But I mean, let me again thank you and congratulate you for your endeavor, your energy, and all the people you have been putting together. And as I used to say, road safety, I call that a silent pandemic. You know, everybody has put a mask for COVID-19, and people do not want to buckle safety belt and to put a helmet on a motorbike. So that's something which concerns all of us, and giving me this opportunity to put that in your agenda is absolutely essential, and I thank you for that.
Right. The message was very clear, taken well on board. And I think there are a couple of partner networks who will also be willing to join us in this effort. So we'll talk beginning of next year and see what we can do together. Thank you very much, John, and all the best to Saudi Arabia. Have great meetings and talk to you soon as well. And please stay with us as long as you can.
Thank you.
Well, this was Jean's story. So I'd like to now invite into a dialogue another person who made an enormous impact on the way how eco-civilization movement has evolved. and was really the one who pushed me over the edge a little bit and say, go global. Global with the big steps. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Harbin Arora Rai to our session. Harbin, are you with us? Harbin? Okay, maybe she had some difficulties, but it's because she sent me a message. She will be with us today. So I will then come back to her and move to our last, but of course, not the least, guest in the Ecocivilisation dialogue at this conference. Alexander, welcome. Dr.
I'm
Alexander.
delighted to be here. Thank you, Violeta.
Thank you, Alexander. Dr. Alexander Laszlo, and I would say, dear Alexander, we have known each other, for over a decade. And what an incredible journey has been, from co-organizing the Global Conference on International System Science Society in Vietnam to brainstorming the future of the organization in Linz and engaging in profound conversations exploring systemic solutions to support human well-being. To me, you are a crystal clear source of fresh ideas, a true cross-pollinator, and a respected authority in system thinking. Today, we collaborate with numerous global networks like Living Cities Earth, Social System Labs, Connectathon, and many others, and all kinds of different occasions as well. When I first sparked the idea for the eco-civilization movement and conceptualized it, its initial model from collective consciousness, that derived from collective consciousness, you were among the first I called to discuss its future potential, and you responded without any hesitation. So I'm very grateful for that. You've been a key point of reference ever since. Do you recall our initial discussions about possible civilizational paradigm back in 2011, 2012? And how much has changed since then? How do you think global evolution is unfolding today? The word is yours, Alexander.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and I definitely recall that time of exploration with you and several other dear colleagues from the International Society for the System Sciences and related explorations that we had with people around the world. And this is where this really was incubated. And your initiatives that you were you were taking so clearly forward already at that time. You know, I think then for me, Violeta, the exploration was more focused on designing kind of socio-technical systems that could serve humanity in sustainable ways. So we're really looking at, okay, what are the system components? How do we create evolutionary systems or be part of that kind of a design effort? And we talked about evolutionary learning communities and what is this kind of community that learns how to learn in harmony with nature. And then we talked about communities of these kind of evolutionary learning communities or evolutionary learning ecosystems. Those are still, I think, very valid and part of what we're doing with the eco-civilization movement. But I think now it is more focused on being these systems and on the collective intelligence, and not only the collective intelligence of the head, but also of the sentience, you know, sensing each other and nature. This is the kind of cross-pollination that we need, and that this precise event that we're doing right now is promoting and helping bring forward this kind of interbeing or intra-being, as Bayo Akomolafe would say.
Well, that was very clear. So let me dive deeper into this. Eco-civilization is just one of many impulses you engaged with, but you also cross-pollinate with other networks. Which of these initiatives or movements should we pay attention to, connect with, or collaborate with to foster greater cross-pollination, besides those that I already mentioned, and we are jointly already meeting them? I tell you my frustration that I have with this cross-pollination element. I made my attempts, but in many directions. But beyond those who are present today here, I too often meet those who want only followers, not collaborators. So where do you see the level of maturity of global networks, our own maturity, in order to truly capitalize the potentials of cross-pollinations and really collaboration among different networks?
Well, that's an excellent and much needed provocation for us to reflect on. So what does it mean to be the systems we want to see in the world, right? To be this, and I mentioned that it's not so much now about like, okay, how can we design the socio-technical components, but it's about how are we engaging as living systems and as organizations that are living, breathing organizations that care for each other, for their environment, all of that. I think this is part of the culture that is emerging within the eco-civilization movement. And it really is about no one makes a culture by themselves. And frankly, no one even designs it together. There's not a designer element, but you can create the conditions for it to emerge in a healthy way. And I think setting the attractors, kind of what I see what we're doing in these kind of organizations that can help is they're providing individual inspiration for collective aspiration. And this event right here is hopefully that people feel like, oh, I can be part of something bigger. I get inspired individually to be part of a response to the challenges of living in a VUCA world. And this is exactly where we need to be prototyping what is possible. And the focus is on really what we can do now, not waiting for some utopia, but knowing that together we are already cross-pollinating and smart enough. They say no one of us is as smart as all of us. And that, I think, is part of this eco-civilization effort. Let me put in the chat here, Violetta, some of the organizations that I feel might be very helpful and are already involved. Of course, the Social Systems Lab, right? They're doing so many interesting things, providing kind of a platform for this. And you're on the board of directors of that as well. And the Connectathon that you help make happen every year as well, very key. And beyond that, there's this interesting organization, One World. John Raymer and others of the Synergized Impact Network Exchange are doing some very interesting things there. And one of the initiatives also connected to the Laszlo Institute, where I work, is about humanity's sacred mission. And there are a couple of links there that people can explore if they're interested.
Fantastic. So feeling enthusiasm from you, I got to ask, do you think that we will live and actually get a chance to fully co-create the new civilization in our lifetime? So what do you believe are actually the key elements, behaviors, or changes we must focus on to recognize and facilitate such a shift, and possibly had the pleasure to fully live?
I think what is key here is that we don't. I like to think of it as a triple birthing. I think I've shared this metaphor with you before, but it's not only that we're midwifing a new time into being, right? Which is important. We are kind of helping emerge something, looking at the parameters and serving as midwives of a new era. But we're also giving birth to something, and that means that we have to be the ones who are creatively engaged in making this happen. We have skin in the game, so to speak. It means being part of it, not just watching it happen or standing on the side. And the third aspect is that we are that which is being born. It's not only midwifing or giving birth, but we're doing this because we ourselves are coming into a different type of inter-existence. And to think that we're doing this for a future generation or for the planet or for somebody else is mistaken. I think we have to be saying this is our time. I love the expression, we are the ones that we've been waiting for, but we're not waiting anymore. You're doing this. This is what it's about. And I think that's the spirit of engagement that can bring us forward. It means, by the way, living in this space right now that allows us to honor what is no longer and still not yet being in a place that is yet here. We're kind of honoring the space between no longer and not yet. And I think that is a place of allowance. And it's a place that can help us bring forward. And without a doubt, I think it can happen. but it won't happen unless we put ourselves into it. We can't just say somebody else will take care of this.
Well, now you challenge me. I have to ask you the next question. I mean, I've been studying a little bit civilizations, and I see that every civilization had an incredible peak and eventually fallen or became completely marginalized, losing their influence over the course of evolution. So, do you think that humanity even has the capacity to reimagine and reinvent itself and build on the consciously on the experiences of others? And maybe just a side question, how can social science help us and guide us to become maybe better stewards of life on this beautiful planet?
Great questions. And I think it really centers around our understanding of what civilization means, because the concept of civilization has been associated with violent hegemony of the West, and its policies of neocolonialism. And this has been a problem. But the newer conceptualizations that we are embracing here and that are coming into existence now recognizes the sovereignty and subjectivity of each human civilization. And it abandons these ideas of forcible imposition of rules and norms and values of one people over another. So when we embrace and cultivate a context of friendly and equal dialogue of societies with differing cultural norms, and we learn how better to listen to each other, listen to nature, listen to what is seeking to emerge that has the pulse of life. We all know if something is living and pulsing and full of love, or if something is scary and threatening. And this is moving toward those direct cultivators. We have to be gardeners, ecosystem gardeners of this eco-civilization. I think this is the attitude and approach that can help make the kind of vision that we have into reality, but it means doing it in small ways, in your neighborhood, with others, connecting with others. And this is what eco-civilization, I feel, is the genius of this project. It brings people into touch with themselves, with each other, with nature, with our ancestors, and with future generations. We're in dialogue with them about what needs to happen. And that kind of dialogue, that I think is absolutely key.
Well, then we're on the right track, at least in the sense of continuous fostering of dialogue. So thanks for that. But is there one last message you want to share with the Eco-Civilization crowd, Alexander?
Well, yeah, I maybe just to say that it's so hard during times when there's so many messages in the news and so many things seem to be just leading towards uninspiring futures, and how do we approach that? And I think finding each other and also allowing that idea of listening that I mentioned before. So there are three kind of things that I think we can do particularly. One is to stop, just to stop and not get so caught up in the problems that we're stuck, but to stop and to pause. Like Eleftheria did at the beginning, that meditation of connecting us, stop and get out of our own way. The second thing I think we need to do is to connect. And again, that meditation that we were led through, we were asked to connect our roots, the mycelia, to feel this we can do on a daily basis, right? And not only in moments where we take a time out to meditate, but to engage in a way that first stops, then connects. And finally, the third step is to flow, to align with the pulse of change. That is life affirming, future creating, and opportunity increasing. And we can find that encouragement with each other. This, for me, is part of that individual inspiration for collective aspiration. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Well, fantastic. Thank you, Alexander. I mean, I'm looking forward to continue sharing the path with you and getting inspired by your thoughts and visions, and of course, delivering on our own inner calls. And as I say often, maybe life sometimes is a real challenge, but then comes a smile. So let's continue along this line, and thank you very much. Please stay with us and feel the vibe that you could maybe later on we could do even more together by understanding better how the core vibes of the civilizational movement are. Thank you very much. And now I will go back to dear friend, Dr. Harbin Aurora Rai. I've heard that she is with us this time. Hello, Harbin.
Namaste. Hello, dear soul sisters, dear brothers. Very honored and very happy to be part of this inspiring moment.
Fantastic. Allow me, Harbin, a few words about you before we engage in our dialogue. Harbin, you are a true symbol of dedication, discipline, encouragement, and unwavering support for countless women and their partners as they pursue their unique path to happiness and balance and business success and collaboration. I still vividly remember that winter in 2021 when you called and invited me to join the Women Economic Forum and online, the first one, as one of the key speakers. It marked the pivotal turning point in my life, propelling me on an inspiring journey I had never imagined at that time even possible or wasn't in my radar at all. What I'm talking about is that after a series of conversations about potential collaborations, you proposed that I join the global network of 100 women with 100 projects for the greater world. At that time, the Ecocivilisation movement was still in its infancy, just under a year old in the virtual space. And I took a deep breath. I still remember a really deep breath and few days to think about, and eventually joined with Ecocivilisation, the family of many incredible projects. Today, the G100 network continues to grow stronger and more impactful with each passing day. So it's a real pleasure to host you here today. With this brief introduction, could you share your motivation behind funding and founding the G100 movement? Where do you envision taking it in the future? What is the core vibe behind it?
Thank you, my dear soul sister. It's always deeply inspiring to be with you and in whatever you do and the kind of people you bring together. Just listening to Brother Alexander before this, it was just deeply mesmerizing because you could hear this beautiful acceptance of the vibe of eco-civilization. And I still remember, like you shared, when we connected on eco-civilization, we had a discussion as well, like, what does it mean? What does it mean? There's so many echoes to eco-civilization, right? And at that time, it was really about a movement from ego-civilization to eco-civilization or eco-civilization. And I think one part is that it functions as on the plane of the individual, right? Like Brother Alexander said, moving from a state of my existence to interexistence. I just love that phrase so much. And being attentive and being listening to all that is around us. And that is very much really the way of living in the Indian civilization as well. And for us in India, the idea of civilization is still is pre-colonial in a way. Like the colonization process did not dampen our connection with the roots of our civilization. And I think that is really a strength of the Indian civilization. At the same time, I was just having this conversation in the morning, and that was to your question, saying, can we really put eco-civilization and can it really be the agent of transformation? And I do see a possibility and a challenge and a chance that the kind of movement and meditative introspection that we have on the plane of the individual we do not have on the plane of institutions.
Mhm.
And I think that is a challenge that I wanted to overcome when I started the G100, and B, 4 years hence, as we've taken the next steps, as you know, setting into motion how can we have the next 100 years of the G100 without any of the 100 people who are there now who might not be there, right?
Mhm.
And so it is really placing this sentiment and vibe of the eco-civilization at the heart of the institution, and making it also a space in meditative movement, right? Because the ego civilization tends to get very entrenched in the institutional plane for whatever reasons. Excellency, you have been into institutions that are very, very you would have something to share about the ego civilization of institutions. And I think I tried to address that challenge. And the why of the G100 was when during COVID, I was having a conversation with my husband. He's a very wise man and also challenges me in very, very, very straight-faced ways at times. And I don't get a chance to often think about it because I commit to it and then I have to fulfill it. And I told him, there's so much to do. There was this report saying after COVID, it's no longer 100 years to gender equality. It's 380 years or something like that. That was a UN report that time. We were like, oh my God, we have to do something. What can we do? And I just said, at that time, we had these three platforms primarily. And I said, oh my gosh, I wish there were 100 more of me. It was just a moment, just an expression, like sitting in a conversation and saying, because I was the only global chair. And I said, I wish I had 100 global chairs doing, so we could, join hands. And so my husband was like, so what stops you? You can have 100 global chairs and do exactly what you're saying. Go ahead, And he threw me the same challenge that I forwarded to you, Excellency, saying you can go to 100 countries. Why one? So I think I was just passing on the stress.
Yes, that's fantastic, Harbin. Great story. But then let me ask you, how does your five-finger approach fit into this perspective? And where do you want to take that? What is the next?
I think it's very much like playing the piano, Excellency. You use both your hands, all your five fingers, and you're making some kind of music by your perseverance, by tuning into your art, into the skill of, because you need everything. In India,
please, Harbin, please tell to our friends what five fingers are, because they are not familiar with this.
Surely, Excellency. So the five fingers are, when we started our network, the first finger was, at that time, everybody used to always talk about, oh, women are women's worst enemies. And we said, okay, we really want to bridge the gap somewhere. Where do we start? We start with bridging the gap where the subject that we're trying to address is women. So we can address the gap between women and women with the first finger, which was Shakti Bandhan, the sisterhood band. Whenever I meet a woman, I always say, from strangers to sisters in 30 seconds, that's the power of the sisterhood band. And we started with circles of solidarity, and that platform was called the All Ladies League. And everything we have done since, all was for me like eco-civilization is a philosophy. For me, all is a philosophy. That more power to all, there's potential in all, more possibilities for all, and what this, together we can do it all. Like all is like this three-letter Om for me, like the Om of meditation, AUM, is like the sound of the everything, the connection of everything. It's my synonym of eco-civilization in my own vocabulary. It's exactly what you're doing, but in a different way, in my language. And then when all these circles of sisterhood were created, everybody said, how do we meet each other to network, to engage, to dialogue, to grow, to do business or to do whatever, just to grow? How do we meet and interact with each other? So the Women Economic Forum as a platform was created where women could come and we could recognize the women and create more power, empower. Like women could come with their passion and we could put the spotlight on them. And you joined in one of the Women Economic Forum online events, because post-COVID we had to take them online. The third was, so that was the the networking piece. And then we came that, okay, there's only that much we can do by our networking and helping each other and collaborating. We need to address the structural ecosystem as well, which is where the policy part of it came. And we started the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, WICI, that it's called. And then when COVID came, we realized that what we were doing with WICI in India could be done at a global level, because we were all addressing the same issues in our respective countries, and the same issues of policy, of equality, more gender equality could be done. That could become the common cause, and all of us could come together, and that became the fourth finger. And then entrepreneurship being a very important part of what we were doing, because there's the glass ceiling in corporate. Women need flexibility. We needed to create a world for women, which entrepreneurship offered an opportunity to, instead of fixing, the broken system, like, okay, take a new space and occupy it and set the rules of the game in your way for yourself. So we wanted to create a space where women could, with the flexibility that COVID had sort of given as a positive, use that, but also thrive in that, be able to pursue their dreams. So entrepreneurship. And so She Economy as an app, which has been now created, there's a community section. So many women in our network have so many things to offer at an economic level, because we have to build wealth in the hands of women. Land ownership is, everybody here knows the statistics. It's less than 4% of land ownership is with women. Less than 2% of funding goes to women founded enterprises. So there is a big wealth gap. We have less money in the hands of women. And so with the G100, we can also ask corporates to at least buy 25% of their products or services from women-owned businesses. So it's like, again, as I said, playing the piano. Everything's in a flow and in togetherness. We need all five. In India, the five fingers represent the five elements also. That's why we eat with our hands, because when you eat with your hands, you're harmonizing all the five elements in your food and creating that balance and harmony of all the elements of which you are made. So I think it's really, it's a way for that. And of course, stronger together, because all five together make this fist, and it gives us the strength and the boldness and the courage to push forward.
Wow. Great story. Another great example of holistic systemic approach to transformative flow. It's really beautiful to hear. Thank you, Harbin. Maybe at the end, just the core learnings. I mean, there's been a couple of years now in this movement that you're creating. What are the core learnings that you are getting out of this global engagement pool of activities and dreams and aspirations, and of course, also some tangible results?
Yeah, it's been fascinating, Excellency. It's like I did one PhD at the Sorbonne, and I did another PhD at the service of the G100. I've learned so much in these past few years. And I think most of the learnings are a validation of what you already know in your heart of heart, but the experience of, the journey of going through it and all that you've gone through just sort of validates it, and you kind of pin it to the wall and say, this is it. And one of those learnings is that there is no substitute to integrity. To be able to work with people and partners who walk the talk is gold, is priceless. And if I can get that, I don't need to worry about anything else. None of us needs to, because when you have those kind of people in your teams, in your circles, it's constant. You're chasing inspiration all the time. You really don't have, because these are people who are operating at a frequency which is they are one with themselves, they are one with their projects, they are one with their goals. So I don't have to elaborate, but MIT says that there is no substitute to hard work. And I would just add to that as a parallel, there is no substitute to integrity. That's one. Number two is flexibility, because having worked with 100 leaders, but also hundreds of leaders, because each leader, each wing gets, more people. So I'm engaging with so many people, and there are hundreds of ways to lead. There are hundreds of the different, it's like different vocabularies, different cultures. If you go at a micro level, not only are there 190 countries, there are in those 100, there are billions of people. Each person is a sort of civilization unto that person, a whole world, a whole universe. What they bring. So to be able to zone into that person, and tune into that, and zoom out everything else, and just focus on that, and believe in that, and trust in that, of course, given your frameworks and parameters of integrity and all of that. But after that, to be able to have that flexibility within your own self, to really relate and follow them in the way they are leading you. I think that is such a joy. It's like I'm being led by so many people, and there's so many beautiful ways, and each one is like, I feel like a butterfly at times. I go to different flowers, and I take and receive learnings from them, and each one is as beautiful as the other. And if I cannot see it, then I have to challenge myself to be able to open some parts in my own heart which might be close to that way of working. And so it's fascinating. So that's number two, that there is so much beauty in the world, that there is so much talent in the world, and really wearing your rose-colored glasses of positivity, because it's important that you stay very, very positive no matter what happens. And things will happen, all kinds of things will happen, but you have to always stay in the light, because if you stay in the light, then you can see things for what they are. And if you are overwhelmed by what you don't like, or what makes you feel not good, and you shift into a space of negativity, then you sort of start imagining, like in India we say the metaphor of mistaking the rope for a snake, because you can't see, there is no light. So you move from panic to panic, right? So I think as leaders, we have to always, it's very exciting to be, if you're in a positive state, all this diversity, hyper diversity, brings you great joy and great learning. But the moment you shift from your center of positivity, the same can lead you to utter panic and utter confusion and lots of complexity. And so it's very, very important that you stay centered, you stay balanced, and you stay positive.
Well, I mean, I have no other question, Harbin. You answered already everything else that I had ready for you, but the messages were really clear. And it's so good to hear also that Jean Todt, Alexander Laszlo, Harbin Aurora Rai, you all have this deep understanding of what really matters in life, and you follow your inner call. That was today very clear. So I'm very grateful to all three of you to share these vibes. And now, with your permission, I will move forward to the next phase of our summit, where our fantastic vibes within our movement and at the edge of our movement as a result of cross-pollination will, one way or the other, tap in your powerful messages. So thank you very much. Please stay with us and also get this better understanding of what is emerging, because we're here to learn from each other. We're here to really try to collectively understand what the individual messages mean for a next 100 years of our being. So thank you very much. And
thank you, sister. Thank you.
Let me move on the next phase. When I asked my dear friend Ramit about how to put the agenda together, he said, well, use a bit more of your language. So he proposed that the next phase of presentations is called Setting the Transformative Flow. And of course, I picked it up immediately. And here we go. From the very broad systemic views to a progressive evolution of the movement, and facing the core vibes of the Ecocivilisation network, those that have co-shaped the core foundation of our movement, and they constantly bring forward new inspiring energies, thoughts, dreams, and tangible proposals for our next steps. So, progressive evolution of the movement, the Ecocivilisation Network is next. And I'd like to call my dear friend from India, Arti, who's not only holding the space for the eco-civilization in India, but is an incredible promoter of the concept itself, wherever she sets her foot. And I think if she put together that patchwork of activities for this year, it probably would have been even busier than mine that you saw before. So, Arti, the floor is yours. What's happening in Ecocivilization India, and how do you plan to take it forward?
Wow, thank you, Violetta, for such an amazing introduction. And thank you, Alexander, Dr. Rai, and Jean-Todt. I think these are such important messages for our times when our times are on the edge. And I try my best to just show up for the purpose, for the fact that at the end of all stories, we are supposed to serve as links in the chain of continuity and do our best as it occurs to us and as we must apply ourselves. So, Violetta, if you can give me the screen share rights, I'd like to. Yes.
Please.
All right, there it goes. So here is the annual update on what we've been doing in Ecocivilization India in 2024. This image that you see is not from India. It is on one of the trips that I made to Bhutan. So this is, it was just so inspiring to see how nature performs and how it talks back to us and how we should revere that. So everything that you would hear next is in the context of becoming what I've started calling beyond sustainability, becoming nature reverent. Of course, this is the timeline. If you want a quick update on what were some of the key things that we ended up doing this, and I'd like to take you through each of them quickly, give you a little snapshot of what happened. First, of course, in India, we were given this very prestigious award by the Construction Industry Development Council, whereby I've been making this advocacy that if we want climate transition, then we need to see the impact of infrastructure and construction on the ecosystem. So this was a huge audit process where Ecocivilization, of course, was positioned and an understanding was given, where are we coming from? Because, infrastructure is a space which is highly transactional. For them, our conversations are not something that they can understand very well and weave into business decision making. So this was one of the spaces. The second piece that we did, and you see the QR code, you might want to scan it and look at the article that was published about the book that was launched called Water. And of course, one of the co-authors was Dr. Hariharan. I was hoping he'd be present, but I guess he's got up somewhere. But feel free to log into this network for those of you who are interested in water. This is a piece that was curated alongside the effort that's been put into the book. I'm going to take you through 3, 4, and 5, and the 7th step. 6 we'll come back to, but I just tried to crunch everything we did at the UN and how Ecocivilization was positioned. So the first piece that we did was, and this is the second year in a row, this was a high-level political forum that sat in New York. We launched a paper on unity, and Ecocivilization, of course, was one of the co-creators in this. We've been given the credit for that. So it is literally about looking at what do we have at present, what are the tools that we've been given. And in case you'd like to read this paper, the QR code is on your screen. A lot of work went into this, and this was, like I said, the second year. The next piece where Ecocivilization was represented was at Nairobi, the Civil Society Development Conference, which sat to deliberate the items of the Pact of the Future, which was signed by 193 member states. So fortunately, we had the opportunity to edit the zero draft, which is where we made the case for focusing on transnational organized crime, because when we need transition in water, in waste, in infrastructure, in food security, everything is controlled by ground level mafia. So how do we understand? And the question that was raised, that I'd asked, was that which is that one human collection which is so productive, so collaborative, and they have literally minimal error rates. The answers that I got were quite unpromising, and that's when I said, no, it is the mafia. But the only thing we need to do is understand the system and possibly look at the motivators to transform. And that is how you would have a better system, because our system beyond these kind of systems are not working. We're not collaborative. We do not have a unity amongst us. So if you'd like to see the statement that was made in Nairobi, you can scan the QR code. It'll lead you to a LinkedIn post. Next, I'd like to take you to what was the outcome of this effort, that we raised this topic about transnational organized crime. So it has become action item number 24, Impact of the Future. You can look at the pact here, this QR code. And the next was that was also included in the National Security Policy for Mexico. The focus on looking at, money, specifically, how does money move within transnational organized crime as a nexus? So, and yeah, this is what the Pact of the Future really looks like. Of course, the last piece was in Azerbaijan at COP29, where again, Ecocivilisation had representation in all the 5 panel discussions that I did. And it ranged from some very interesting topics about green building norms, and specifically in this particular region of Azerbaijan, which is high vulnerability. Gender inclusion, of course, is something that was exhaustively talked about, because the interesting thing is that women in vulnerable spaces look at themselves as women, and I sort of bridged the whole idea between, father and the godfather. So if you have a strong father, you'd be a girl who knows how to survive in the world. So there's a direct responsibility in there. And godfather, because while you apply yourselves, it's not about gender, it's about the offer you make that can't be refused. So it was interestingly responded to. Of course, financing for future, that was a hot topic, but I believe that bad habits take time. So we moved from 0 billion to 100 billion to 300 billion, and I think the road is still ahead. But again, we put pressure. This is the kind of work we do. We create advocacy. The next thing, of course, point number 6 before 7, was the India-Bhutan bilateral talks on energy transition, where if Jean-Claude is here, he'd be happy to know that we are talking about nature reverence in the context of infrastructure, mobility, industrialization, and so much more. So Bhutan, being one of the rare countries, the advocacy that we made was that 2 things. One, we need to look at sector coupling, because sectors aren't talking to each other. And second is, to do this right in the context of industrialization, we already need to look at scope 1, 2, 3 emission targets and align ourselves according to that, because classification world over is still becoming challenging under scope 1, 2, and 3. So this was received very well, and this project is being crafted as we speak. The second last thing we did this year was the appointment of an advisory council. Reason being, India is a large country. We have 28 states. We've got state chairs who've been doing some fantastic work in their own spaces of education, entrepreneurship, gender diversity and balancing, and all of that. But still, we need a central approach to certain things. And that is how we've got some very interesting people joining the board. And we are still, of course, it's called the board or the council, but we're all co-creators in there. So Dr. Chakradhar, Sanjay Bahal, and Alok Kumar, these are industry experts and have about 30 plus years of experience each. And the last thing that we did, which to me was the key, 2 days ago I was invited for the US-India Strategic Alliance on South Asian women in energy. And I saw that the tenor of the entire conversation was so wonderful. We literally got to a point where we realized these are literally the spaces and things we're supposed to be at and do. And the question was, heavy engineering has spoiled the understanding of inclusion. Because women don't get into those spaces. They get scared. They do not want to work with hardware. They'd be in the soft technology space. And that is one of the challenges. It is really about understanding that when you apply yourself, you don't apply yourself because you're a woman, you apply yourself because you can think and understand. So, and that is the space that we need. So all of this that I've just said, the outcome of what I'm aiming to do is crafting these projects. And these are all the projects that have been spoken about: India, Bhutan, energy and infra. We also have an opportunity to start writing for the IPCC AR7 report, which is going to be released in 2027. They need report writers, researchers. So the seeding over here has been done in the context of transnational organized crime as a measure of tracking region-level vulnerabilities. Nigeria, the Minister for Environment is somebody that we spoke with, and we said, okay, we're going to apply a certain balanced view where we look at infrastructure, energy, food, waste, water, and well-being of the society. So we need hard and the soft elements coming together. European Energy Alliance was a very interesting meeting that happened accidentally, where we pitched for working with the European political leadership in possibly exchanging better perspectives on understanding how their decisions create worldwide impact. The GH2 village in India, we're looking at identifying about 4 villages where we set up the entire green hydrogen ecosystem from biomass to hydrogen. Women in hard careers definitely is one line, and digital marketplace. So something that I invite you to check. Let me see if I can just put that in the chat quickly. It's called ief.wiki. Check this out. Oops, not def, ief.wiki. IEF, 1 second. Yeah, here goes. So do check this out. And of course, West Asian Green Infra, like I said, in Azerbaijan. So if you are interested in any of these, I think we spoke about what do we do next? How do we go beyond talking and operationalizing what we are saying in hard spaces that control the world, that make the world move, that we are trying to change? So here's a QR code. This is a form that will lead you to look at a little description about each of these projects. And if you'd like to become a part of a working group that I'd like to launch for each of these projects, you're most welcome to sign up. But besides all of this, I think I just like to wish everybody season's greetings. We need downtime. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this sharing this fantastic journey of 2024. And if I ask you one core learning that you got out of all these engagements, what would that be?
Oh boy, I think we don't have any more time. And I am thinking energy transition as a space is possibly the last reset button that we have access to. After this, we are getting completely out of control. We will be so utterly helpless. I'm not like a fearmonger, but neither are we foolish to not see what's unfolding. So one of the things is that we have to get action oriented. We have to enter into these spaces and ruffle a few feathers, these spaces that curate global decision making, global governance.
Well, Arti, do I hear year of energy?
Yes.
Emerging? Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll talk. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Energy has to be understood in 2 contexts now. Energy as a civic provision, and energy that we as human beings are and carry and exchange.
That is great holistic aspect of energy, because we tend to have a very narrow view of it over it, like we had a narrow view over water, but now we expanded it into this holistic understanding what water is all about. And maybe it's time to do similar thing for the energy. So let's talk. If not, maybe in 25, 26 for sure should be the year of energy. Okay, thanks a lot, Arti, and keep going, keep vibrating, keep bringing a difference to India, and keep bringing the important messages and engagements to the world as well. Thank you very much.
Always with you.
Always together, and together we thrive. Thank you. Here we go. From India, we're moving to Slovenia. We've seen some big changes in Slovenia this year, and who else to ask than to co-share chairs, Manica and Martina. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Violeta. Martina, if you can unmute yourself and co-create our shared screen. Okay. Share. So are we sharing? Okay,
yes.
We are. Great. So greetings from Slovenia and co-creation, which was in the year 2024, the proof of concept of intuitive leadership for conscious organization. Actually, when I was listening to Alexander and Herbine, I heard that we could call our mission in 2024 also individual inspiration for collective aspiration. So that was the core of our events that took place. And transformative events were basically, we started with harmony of female and male energy. As Violeta said, there is no civilization with both of the energies, and exclusion of one or the other just doesn't work for us. And Universe invited us, Ecocivilisation Slovenia, to co-create with some beautiful male guest speakers. Then we strengthened our nation through the meaning of origin of Slovenian language, through the emergence of one of our colleagues. And it was emergence of an holistic individual initiating us into the strength and courage. As Arti said, we need courage, especially women, that is communicated through etymology of our original language. And it was amazing. And of course, in May, we had such a strong emergence in all the people that we challenged our structure, we challenged our strategies of the eco-civilization, and we hit the wall of the old leadership principles living in all of us, and that made the time for contemplation of our movement in Slovenia. So from June to August, we actually needed to reflect the real understanding of emergence, ignition from our souls, and how to transform the old ways of leadership into the intuitive leadership in every one of us. As also I felt when Herbine was talking about, we are the unity, we are all interconnected, and we gotta be intuitive. And then we moved on. In autumn, we had an event, another emergence of understanding the connection of the people, the planet, the universe through daily strategies, through daily work. Why the celebrations that used to be the core of our communities were taken out of our organizations, our daily life. It brought back really beautiful connection of the people, planet, and universe. And we finished the year as we started with some really concrete project from Universe, and then we finished the year with holistic community pharmacy project that is authored by our co-chair Martina Putz, and how this holistic community pharmacy can be aligned with the pillars of eco-civilizations, how to achieve a better health for people, and actually is the management model that puts the health in the center of our organizations. Because without health, there is nothing. There is none of us. And the message I'm receiving all the time in my intuitive work is that the way we treat ourselves, we treat others, and the way we treat others and ourselves, we treat the planet. So ecology is intrinsically connected with how we interact with ourselves. And this is how we formed the spirit of eco-civilization in 2025. And the part of this spirit is largely also Martina Putz, so I would like to give the word to her now.
Thank you, Manica. I would like to start my contribution with gratefulness for opportunity to co-chair this with Manica. It's a great journey, and I'm very thankful to Violeta who brought us together through Ecocivilisation. I know Violeta for a very long time, and we started our this workshop together through evolutionary system of organizations. And this evolutionary system is a great inspiration for my work, for my daily work, and also for my research on leadership. And the great opportunity for all of us in eco-civilization is how to work together on the fourth level of this evolutionary system. We have a lot of examples in practice for the first level of evolutionary system, some in the second one, very few ones in the third one, in almost none in the fourth. It's something to be explored, and this is our goal for the 2025 in Ecocivilisation Slovenia. It's really a challenge to develop one's attitudes toward key pillars of eco-civilization, because Violeta started with those 5 key pillars, and in a way we are speaking about them, but in a way we are ignoring them. And I think it's a great opportunity to develop our individual consciousness and our self-confidence in our actualizations, in our individual purposes, through our attitudes towards those 5 key pillars. I think we have to think about them and to set our attitudes towards them. What do we think about them? What do we act upon them? Not just to say great words about water, but what we are doing in a holistic way towards all 5 key pillars. So this is our goal for 2025, and I hope you will join us in this thinking and our conscious self-actualizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. I hope to see you all that are coming to Cuba and attending Coalition for Humanity. I really am looking forward to meet you all in person. And for the end of our presentation, evolution begins with transformative action of the intuitive, conscious, holistic individual in co-creating, may I add also co-pollinating, cross-pollinating with others, forming basically frequency of magic. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for these clear messages and invitations for 2025 from Ecocivilisation Slovenia. So please, could I take over again of the presentation mode?
Yeah. I think I start, so.
Okay, so the next vibe, I mean, this is getting really exciting. I mean, this, when you see everything that's been happening on a ground level, all of a sudden, you see even more potentials. So India and Slovenia have set a good stage. Now, Nini has sent me a message that there is a lot of problems with energy shortage and blackouts. So maybe we will try to connect with her again in a few minutes. And I'm moving on. Serbia, the expansion of the Balkan region. As you could see at the beginning, when I showed the new members for this year, the new countries, you saw that there's been a lot of them from Western Balkans. And I have to say, dear Natasha, a big thank you, because you were very much instrumental in these efforts to really bring the Western Balkans on board and to start engaging. But the story is yours, so please share it.
So thank you very much, and thank you for possibility to be a speaker today. I'm super excited about sharing what we have done in 2024. So I will start with my speech. We are tired of trunks. We should no longer believe in trunks and roots. They have caused us too much trouble. The entire arborescent culture, from biology to linguistics, is based on them. Thought is not arborescent, and the brain is neither rooted nor branched matter. Arborescent systems are hierarchical systems that contain centers of marking and subjectivation, central automata, and organized memories. A rhizome is a centered, non-hierarchical, and non-signifying composition without generals, without organizational memory, or central automaton, defined only by the circulation of states. These insights were considered in the 70s of the 20th century, that is about 50 years ago, written by two philosophers, Deleuze and Guattari. I deeply believe that the time has come to put these thoughts into the reality. The basic of eco-civilization is in rhizome way of thinking. The role of Ecocivilisation Serbia is to articulate and to promote the skills of the new age through its program activities, placing all types of relationships in the first category of importance. Our organization was established in October 2024 and decided to have a simple architecture of the organization. Our team is Majda Adlešić, country co-chair, Branislava Simović, country co-chair, Aradi Vladimir Huba, program developer, and myself. We think that it is very important to have young persons in the team. With them, we are closer to the balance of understanding the times we are living in. Our communication plan for 2025 is to publish articles on the regular basis on the subdomain of ecocivilization.earth. At the moment, on the social networks, we have only Facebook page, but planning to open Instagram and LinkedIn accounts and YouTube channel. We have also very interesting media, a newspaper, Letni Journal, means summer journal. This newspaper is published from time to time, and we will use it as a channel of communication in some projects. Editor-in-chief for the subdomain for Serbia of the global website and the newspaper Summer Journal is Vladimira Dorčova-Valtnerova, also the member of Global Ecocivilization. Our vision is to create a network of eco-civilizations organizations in the Balkan region in 2025. I would like to stress that the moment of the official opening of the organization Ecocivilisation Serbia really made a difference. We still don't have the office, but we are talking a lot, personal meetings, video calls, texting in the group over the mobile phone. For Balkan Network, we started to meet regularly each week, the same day. Already one project is finalizing and will be submitted last days of December. It is very important to get to know each other, to talk, to exchange thoughts, ideas, to talk about details from everyday life. Balkan needs dialogue, to listen each other, to understand each other. In last 2 weeks in Serbia, we just unexpectedly got completely new narrative in the public dialogue. Students blocked 3 university centers from 3 bigger cities, asking for justice and rule of law. It seems that the rhizome model is just applied and works. For the end, I am calling you all for action. Expressions and proverbs are an inspiration to create a long-lasting project which will be done with academia and members of eco-civilization movement interested in such content. Comparative research from linguistics, psychological, sociological, and philosophical points of view put in the comparison, for example, India, Serbia, Chile, Zimbabwe, to see how much we are close or not close. Such a long-term project should explain the period we are living in through the values of eco-civilization. Let's resonate together. Thank you very much for the attention.
Natasha, thank you for this fantastic presentation of this year's activity, which actually you've done all in this year. Yes, you were a member before, but all your activities you focused and brought forward this year. And your ambitious goals are very inspiring. And let me just re-emphasize something that might have been overlooked. Ecocivilization Serbia is the first one who created on Ecocivilization page a sub-page. And all the wings are invited to do so and publish their own more country level or regional information, news, or invitations for engagement. So thank you for being a pioneer.
Thank you for this possibility.
Yes, the same as I forgot to mention before, through Ecocivilization India, we are finding the way to academia. And for the first time, representatives of Ecocivilization India also put forward the topics related to ecocivilization in the academia framework, which we hope to continue along the way and share with others the first learnings and then hopefully expand that further. So great. And I just thank you, Natasha. And I'm going to move back to Paola, who actually just sent me a message that she's on and she's ready to engage. Paola, the floor is yours.
Bueno, entonces, bueno, mi nombre es Paola, me va a estar ayudando Viviana, que ella es mi mano derecha hoy en día acá en Chile, ayudándome en varios temas.
Well, Paola is the chair of Ecocivilization Chile, and today I'm going to be helping her to share the amazing work we are doing here in Chile. And I'm working as a right hand here in our work here. Volume very low. Can you hear me? Good.
If you can raise your volume a little bit, Vivian, okay. We can hear Paola well, but your speakers seem to be not on the max. Could you raise? Okay. This is already better. Okay, go ahead.
Bueno, aquí les muestro pueden ver una foto de nuestro equipo, Chile.
Here you can see, I don't know if you can hear me better now, but here you can see a photo of our team in Chile. Great.
Bueno, estos son nuestros miembros. Hoy en día estamos compuestos por 22 personas en Ecocivilización Chile.
These are our members nowadays. We count with 22 amazing professionals working together here in Ecocivilization Chile.
Dentro de las cosas que hemos ido avanzando hoy en día, hemos ido trabajando mucho la colaboración y hicimos una alianza con la Universidad Andrés Bello para poder realizar eventos en la universidad con las personas de Ecocivilización.
Some of the amazing things we have been doing this year is working with other institutions. And we have made an alliance with the Andrés Bello University in order to work with them, with the academia, and also use the spaces there in the university to make activities and also the exchange of knowledge with our members and also their team and the students.
Y bueno, dentro de ello también hemos ido realizando actividades con otras alas de G100. Y entre ellas, por ejemplo, está Mentoring and Motivation, con la cual hemos estado en 3 eventos en Viña, Santiago y Concepción.
Part of the collaboration, we have also worked with other wings of the G100, specifically with mentoring and motivation, and we have participated in 3 events in Viña, Santiago, and Concepción. 3 cities of Chile.
Y ahí hemos ido hablando sobre ecocivilización y también sobre temas muy importantes como la contaminación que existe por plásticos y también el agua.
And some of the themes we have talked about here is spreading the word about eco-civilization and other themes such as plastic pollution or the importance of water in our lives.
También hemos colaborado con otras alas de G100 como la ala de Unidad y Sabiduría, en la cual hemos estado en un podcast que están entrevistando a distintas personas de G100 Chile y pronto va a estar en YouTube.
One of the initiatives from other wings of G100 here in Chile is this podcast where they are making interviews to different members of the of the wings, and soon it will be available on YouTube. You want to hear it or share it?
Y también hemos colaborado para hablar de distintos temas que tienen que ver con el medio ambiente y la parte social, ¿cierto? Tanto en el Web Chile como también en el en el Women Open Innovation, que son ambos eventos realizados por el web.
We have also participated and collaborated with other organizations and events, talking about social and environmental themes. For example, participating on the Women Economic Forum and the Women Open Innovation events, both online and in person.
En el caso, por ejemplo, del WOI, estuvimos participando y colaborando en poder hacer uniones con otras alas, y es así que participamos también tanto con integrantes de Ecocivilisation como también de 3 alas diferentes de gestión.
During the Women Open Innovation Forum, we also participated being kind of the wing that brought together 2 other wings to talk in this space, the space that was given here in the Women Open Innovation event.
La intención de este conversatorio fue poder visibilizar a mujeres que están en temas de innovación, en temas STEM, y que sí podemos en el fondo ir ayudando a la equidad de género desde Chile hacia el mundo.
One of the themes that we talked here was the possibility to empower women and to visibilize the work they are doing, and also women that are working on the STEM sphere, and give them a place to share their work and make connections with more amazing women and also different organizations and institutions here in Chile.
Bueno, y esa en el fondo es la intención de poder ir colaborando y avanzando y visibilizando a distintos sectores que tengan que ver con la parte de medio ambiente y temas sociales.
And this is one of our ways to visualize and connect different sectors and themes that are relevant for eco-civilization as a whole.
Bueno, y esto es una imagen, ¿cierto?, de una conferencia que nos invitó Violeta a poder participar en Cuba, en la cual aún no sabemos si vamos a poder ir, pero bueno, ahí está la intención y el team y la idea de poder participar.
We were also invited to participate at the conference in Cuba. We're still looking forward to go because of some financial issues, but this gave us a lot of learning and kind of write the roadmap for the next steps here in Chile, and we're still looking forward to participate. Still holding.
Un tema muy importante que tratamos de realizar en Ecocivilización es mantener muy buena comunicación entre nuestros integrantes, y para ello tenemos reuniones semanales, mensuales, grupos de WhatsApp, minutas para quienes no pueden asistir, ¿cierto?, a nuestros encuentros. Y también realizamos una encuesta para conocer los intereses y temas eh, que son propios de cada persona, ¿cierto?, que está acá en Ecocivilización.
Another thing that we have been working on a lot, as you see, we have a lot of members, is to improve the communication between us, working with some meetings with specific people, and also monthly meetings for everyone. We have our WhatsApp group where we share different actions and also comment the we make the invitations for the events and we also have all the material available for the ones that can assist to the different meetings. And also we have made a survey to know the different interests and areas where our members work, and to see their interests and their motivation to be part of Ecocivilisation.
Bueno, dentro de esta encuesta que realizamos, ya pudimos, de a grosso modo, poder ver algunos perfiles de las personas que están en nuestro equipo y con ello poder hacer una mejor planificación para el año 2025.
This gave us the opportunity to know more about our members, as Ecocivilisation is a very wide concept. We have people working on circular economy, environment, fair commerce, eco journalism, and innovation, and more. And this gave us a clearer view of the different actions we can take, and also to have a more strategic planification for 2025.
Y bueno, cortito porque por el medida del tiempo voy a ir mostrando algunos resultados que tuvimos, por ejemplo, de la encuesta que realizamos entre los miembros para poder organizarnos mejor para el 2025.
So we want to share with you really brief some of the answers and conclusions we have from this survey, and we really recommend it when you have a team that is growing to make something like this, to understand and work as a community.
Entonces, bueno, para empezar, dentro de nuestros miembros pudimos ver que la mayor cantidad de conocimiento entre ellos está dentro de economía circular.
So this survey shows us that most of our members are working mainly in the things of circular economy.
También pudimos entender cuál fue lo que los motivó, ¿cierto?, a unirse a nuestra organización, y fue en gran parte la inspiración, ¿cierto?, por nuestra alianza con G100 y bueno, y poder ayudar, ¿cierto?, en todo lo que tiene que ver con sostenibilidad y triple impacto.
This also helped us to understand how the reason they joined Ecocivilisation, and the main reason was the inspiration about the work and the objectives of the D100. So that shows we're doing a good work, like visibilizing the both Ecocivilisation and the D100, and also their personal interest on sustainability and also social, economic, and environmental issues.
Y bueno, también pudimos ver en qué sectores les gustaría más participar para el año 2025, y lo que mayor tuvo como preponderancia fue el hecho de poder participar en distintos conversatorios o congresos, ¿cierto?, en los cuales pudiésemos hablar de temas ambientales y sociales.
about their personal interests participating on Ecocivilisation, we saw that they are really motivated and eager to participate, sharing their experiences and knowledge in conferences or sharing graphical or different types of sharing their knowledge and participating in events. They're mainly motivated by sharing. Yeah.
Y es por eso, sí, y es por eso que para el próximo año, entonces, el 2025, vamos a organizarnos para trabajar en proyectos de colaboración con otras organizaciones, creación de contenido educativo para diferentes públicos y espacio de networking.
And that's why we are going to organize ourselves for next year to mainly participate in different spaces where we can share knowledge, information, experiences with all different type of publics.
Bueno, y por lo que también antes les había comentado, ¿cierto? El hecho de que para poder hacer actividades y para poder viajar a algunos congresos que también se han dado posibilidades allí, es que necesitamos financiamiento para poder hacer lo que queremos realizar.
And related to what Paola mentioned before about the conference in Cuba, we also had this learning that one of our needs is to count with financial support to make our activities and also be able to participate in other international spaces. So this is one of the things that we identified with the survey and also with all the experiences we are having.
Bueno, entonces, como conclusión, ¿cierto? De toda esta encuesta que realizamos y de las conversaciones y reuniones que hemos tenido, está el hecho de que vamos a hacer varias actividades para el próximo año, pero sobre todo lo que más hoy en día nos preocupa para poder hacer las cosas que queremos realizar es crear una fundación Ecocivilización Chile.
So we have these conclusions that mainly the ones that we shared before, but our main action after the survey and our work from this year is something that we already talked with Violeta, and that is to create a foundation to have a legal personality here in Chile to be able to ask for grants or have financial support for our activities. So that's one of the main things we are going to, with the ones that we are going to start next year, and to have a more expansive effect of our actions.
Bueno, esa es nuestra presentación de lo que hemos realizado este año. Muchísimas gracias por haber estado atentos.
So this is a brief presentation of our actions of this year. So thank you so much for your attention.
Well, thank you to both of you for this very comprehensive overview and for very systemic actions that you're doing with all the research work and questionnaires to be able to target the right topics and grow for your own benefits and for the benefits of all of us who can learn from you. So we've seen now, actually, we're seeing now 4 eco-civilization nodes that are experiencing the need for more formal framework. And the policy within Ecocivilisation yet is that you could do it on a local level. You can create your own entities. I mean, if you call them Ecocivilisation, Serbia Ecocivilisation, Slovenia Ecocivilisation, Chile, India, it's great. And then we could together go after some funding. This is a great motivation for Western Balkans as well, and for Serbia in particular. It's the new move for 2025 and beyond, to be able to deliver some really concrete actions on a local level. And as our friends from Chile said, to be able to be more present in global events. And maybe we could start also thinking about some physical global summit on eco-civilization in a couple of years from now. So this is great. Thank you very much, Chile. And gonna go further. So unfortunately, with Myanmar, there is no connection. So we will have to get back to our dear sister Nini whenever she makes it. Now, I'd like to move forward to just to point out the importance of delivering some products as well. And with Rajni, it's been an incredible collaboration in delivering books on a core topics that we're addressing. And this will continue to emerge also throughout the 2025 and beyond. But we got in really a lot of learnings from this step. You know that the first book was Circular Economy. We learned a little bit from that process, but the process of putting together Water, the Essence of Life, has been really enriching and delivered some very concrete new understanding how to go about. And as I mentioned before, this was for the first time that we got also financial support for it. So Rajni, you as the core editor and the one who holds the book together, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Violeta, and good evening, everyone. So, as you all know, that the year 2024 dedicated to water, which was definitely filled with a lot of excitement, learning, and meaningful meetings, and whatnot, all the while appreciating the power of collective efforts that we all made collectively. As you all know, that this book is the culmination of all the series of webinars that we held in the year 2023, and the book comprises 20 chapters contributed by 18 distinguished authors. Not everyone, but most of them were speakers who appeared during the series of the webinar, and many of us joined us from outside. We are very thankful to them, very, very grateful to them. And what better way to capture the essence of our collective effort than this group pictures that delineates endeavors of each and every contributor, most of the contributors, I would say, with their quotation that has been highlighted through these pictures. And friends, in my previous presentation, I have already covered almost everything I believe about the book. However, in this presentation, I thought I should be focusing on something that I have not touched upon yet in any of my earlier discussions or presentations so far about Water, the Essence of Life book. As the book co-created by us reached many significant hands, many distinguished personalities, I was often asked one question: why did we choose water as the central theme of the year? What inspired us to write a book on water and not on any other topic? And that was a question which was kind of invariably asked to me. So today I'll share with you the thought process and the vision that led us to dedicate this year to water and to create this meaningful book that we call Water, the Essence of Life. So here I have tried to list it few points. And first of all, if you look at the tangible core values of eco-civilization, one of the value is right to clean water to everyone. And among 5 pillars of eco-civilization, where we talk about land, being, society, relationships, consciousness, and everything is so intertwined. You know, everything is so deeply integrated with each other that it is almost impossible to take out the element of water from all of these pillars. It's so deeply intertwined. Secondly, the topic of water has become increasingly important of late in recent times, given the situation of climate change and its impact. Also, the international conflicts over water, which is very much visible across the world, that is something we definitely cannot turn our blind eye to. And as we witness and as we suffer the impact, which is emerging in various forms, be it droughts, floods, changing patterns of precipitation, besides this, there are many countries which are having disputes over water for decades together. Even within our own country, India, we are having this dispute in Karnataka over Kaveri water between 2 states, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. So I think in a way, it would be safe to say the whole world seems to be battling with the water issue in some way or the other, directly or indirectly. Some battles are very visible, some battles are not very visible, but yes, there has been some battle. There is some ongoing battle. So it is not just about one continent, it's not just about one country, it's not just about developing nations like us, which is still struggling for clean, potable water. And water management still remains a big issue in country like ours. And as we show this picture, as they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. As you see here, our efforts to spread the word across nations, the pleasure of presenting the book in right hands, undoubtedly lot of hard work by Dr. Violeta Bulls from nation to nation to spread the word. Lot of hard work by Dr. Nini, of course, not to forget me as well. And I consider myself very, very fortunate that I got to meet many significant, distinguished people, very incredible people while presenting this book. That includes consulates general in India. I covered 6 consulates that, namely Israel, Switzerland, Germany, Sweden, Finland, and British, and media houses like Radio 194.3, and of course, social workers like Dr. Ashok Dayalchand, entrepreneurs, nature lovers, and many more. So, friends, if you have any question for me, feel free to ask if you have. Else, this is it for now. And I'll join you back shortly with another presentation after a little while. Thank you so much, Violeta.
Well, thank you, Rajni, for very thorough and concise presentation of the flow of the book in 2024. So we see that book is not just something to read. It's not just a project or an object. It's the way to communicate, to get in touch with people who care, and to further expand our collective efforts for a shared identified issues and challenges. So great hearing from you, Rajni. As you said, we will hear again from you later on. And now I'd like to move to the last presenter of this section, which of course is everything but last. It's something that always keeps us smile, it always keeps us focused, and it's always there to expand our boundaries, to be able to think beyond what we thought we could think beyond. So it's a real pleasure to invite to the stage Deidre and Yuko, who were in 2024 a big, strong vibes in our events. Always bringing people from the cultural world to our sessions, not only to present their art, but to present their philosophy, their points of view. And I will never forget the conference on water and soil, where we've learned so much from the art community from New York, thanks to Yuko, who are exercising what they are sort of representing through their art. They're exercising in their day-to-day life as well, which is, of course, self-sufficiency, self-support in food and clean water, and the community engagements. So I asked them also to prepare a impulse for today's summit. But before we listen to the video, I would like to invite Yuko to share a few words with us. I think from Deidre, this is impossible time because she's in New Zealand, so she will be present only through her video contribution. So Yuko, hello.
Well, thank you so much for this beautiful introduction, Violeta, and thank you all amazing presenters and my fellow Ecocivilisation community. Congratulations, and thank you for all the hard work.
So Yuko, maybe just a word or two on the video that you created before we see it, just that we have a better understanding and we can get even more messages out of it.
Yeah, thank you. I was laughing when Violeta was sharing an opening statement, because I wrote the exact same thing, which is, we're here because we care. I wrote that, so I was laughing when you were sharing, Violeta. But art is with us is the theme of this presentation, and art is with us because artists language that speaks human. Because we're all artists in our own unique way, right? It doesn't mean painting. It can mean anything. You can be singing, you can be dancing, you can be cooking. Everything is who we are. And just like meditation practice Elevatelia shared with us in the beginning, art is something that helps us to bring us from up here to our heart. Because we feel it, we're able to really lock that information in. And it is no mistake that water, that is the essence of creativity. That is what bring us who we are. So Deidre and I created this for today with the hope that will bring peace and love. And we decided to call this presentation Yuda, which is the first two letters of my name and the last two letters of her name, which means praise and gratitude. She also said hi in the video as well. So if you can play the video, that would be great. And thank you, everyone.
Kia ora, it's Deirdre.
It's okay. Okay.
Meneman here. Thanks for being here as part of Ecocivilisation. Thanks to Violetta and Rajni for including my paintings and writing in Water, the Essence of Life. Thanks to Yuko Kudo for collaborating on our first musical venture together. And thank you for being here as part of Ecocivilisation. But ultimate thanks to the planet and the water, the ultimate co-creator. Thank you. Love and peace. Bye.
Lovely. Thank you, Yuko, and thank you, Deidre, for this vibe that brought the first part together and opened the door for the second part of the summit. Thank you, Yuko, and all the best. You're our hero for 2024. So really keep going, keep walking, keep interacting, and keep helping us to expand the world within which we act. And now we came to the end of one chapter, as I said, and before we open up, if there is any burning question, if somebody wants to interfere, yes, we are half an hour late, but this is such a unique opportunity. I just cannot but give you a chance to either comment or raise a question to people who have presented so far. And we'll allow 2 to 3 questions and then we'll move forward. Anybody, just give us a sign, write a note in the chat, and Gloria will give you a permission if you don't have it. If you already have a permission, then go ahead. And I see the first hand up. Gloria, can you handle this? Check. There is a hand up, and if that person has a permission to speak. Okay, Peter. Gloria.
Hello.
Yes. Hey, Peter. Hello to Scotland.
Hello. Can I ask the water lady, did the book and the water project consider compost toilets and our need now to not flush our human waste into the rivers and the sea and return it to the ecosystem, which I am doing in Scotland on my own?
Well, it's time to activate the Scottish wing a bit stronger again. And Peter, I think this is a very noble idea, and it should be part of the overall progressive product set that we could use in order to, especially in places where this is probably the essential. So let's put together something that will give the overall framework within which these waterless toilets can be used, also from the health point of view, from the material point of view, from the construction point of view. And we're happy to promote your efforts. Yes, you are.
Fantastic. I'm delighted because it's no good if it's just me.
Exactly. Thank you for your intervention, Peter. Do we have any other comment or intervention? And by the way, Peter, I will be in February again in Scotland, and we can put this project together.
Excellent.
Please mute yourself. Yes. Anybody else? Well, if not, then I will take this as a sign that we can proceed. And I'm excited to move to another section, which is a cross-pollination, our dear partner network. There's been so much happening at the edge. And a deep thank you goes to our partner networks who co-created a vibrant edge of eco-civilization activities. So first, I would invite a dear colleague who I haven't met that far ago, long ago, even though he is my countryman, if I can say that, a young chap from Slovenia. But for me, he is a network on its own. I mean, he is all about cross-pollination. He is all about finding the ways to connect people globally and all the time present in the global scene. So, Matic, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Here you go.
And thank you so much
Matic,
for such a beautiful introduction. It's kind of humbling to be introduced like that.
well, I know you are sort of setting already your wings to fly somewhere else, but let me just ask you, what would you share? What would be your core messages that you want to share with us about the networking, about the cross-pollination, about the future of such activities and impacts on a global scale?
Yes, I mean, quite a few thoughts, and let me just start with briefly just the way, as you said, we do not know each other for so long, but actually the connection was in a way instant, and it was part of this broader network that brought us much closer together. So I was formerly really running the Europe Asia Center, which will also be properly introduced by my successor. But today, it's kind of an honor to actually address all of the fellow champions, I would say, of the eco-civilization movement. And it's really, in a way, humbling and inspiring to be given the honor to share a couple of thoughts really on this key concept today that is really the strength of cross-pollination in the global networks. But let me start really at the very beginning. The first connection between Violetta and I actually, in a way, was the statement that was also used today, and a statement, a quote that I love to use, and it deeply resonates with me, and I think many of you, which is really allowing, or let's say creating the space for emergence. It's a very deep, profound statement that is in a way, I think, a kind of connection link that got us, not only me and Violetta, but many of us, are much closer together today. And as we in a way chart our collective path forward, I want to really explore with you this profound strength that lies in the topic of cross-pollination, and a process that in a way is allowing global networking to be a tool for a much bigger transformative force in achieving eventually our shared goals. I want to really raise this one critical element that I very strongly believe in. And before we spoke with Violetta, before the session today, we spoke very briefly. And I said, actually, I believe there is a step before the kind of cross-pollination, before the kind of, even the step before networking. And that is the ability to talk about anything, approaching it through a very genuine inner interest, or let's say a call to actually connect. Like we heard in the opening meditation, it is somehow really about reconnecting and answering the call of our inner child. So finding this genuine, pure, innocent, and to some degree, I love to say also a naive child inside of us, a child who allows itself to wonder, wants to learn, and be part of this learning is, of course, also connecting. I was myself really fortunate to receive such an impulse or a call that was actually manifested to me at that point by a simple few words by a mentor of mine who basically told me, "You belong outside. You belong to this global world. You should embrace it." And in a way, it was at a time that that was given to me, I was in a very vulnerable stage of growth and personal development. So in a way, the innocence of this naive inner child allowed me to shift and grow into basically today really kind of spanning myself across networks that go across domains, societies that we have actually conceptualized. So in a way, if we really begin with the concept of cross-pollination, in nature, cross-pollination is really just a humble act of eventually pollen being transferred from one flower to another that eventually enables the whole act of biodiversity to flourish. And obviously, this seemingly very, very simple process ensures the survivals of ecosystem, generates the resilience, and actually promotes the abundance. But when applied to human interaction, cross-pollination becomes sort of a metaphor for the power of exchanging ideas, insights, experiences across the diverse context. So just as an ecosystem thrives on interdependence, we do too as individuals, as social movements. We can only really flourish when nourished by the diversity of aspects and eventually solutions that we find. So as individuals, social movements, societies, we all really take root, and we are deeply, uniquely brought forward by the challenges and opportunities that are shaping us, which is geography, history, culture. But within this diversity lies really the greatest strength. Imagine the power of connecting a rural farmer in Kenya who has mastered an art of water conservation in arid landscape with an urban planner in Indonesia that is really seeking this creative aspect of adaptation to cities that are facing realities of rising sea levels. So, or on the other side of the world, indigenous lessons from communities in Brazil that might share their principles of living in harmony with rainforest, resonating with activists in Europe that are trying to bring this rewilding ideas into urban space. Those connections are obviously hypothetical, but in fact, they are also not. They are the essence of what we are capable of achieving. But for that achievement to happen, we need to actually think about connecting different networks. We need to bring this again, innocent child that is keen to learn, that is naive, pure in its soul, and hungry to get the taste of all the wonders Mother Earth actually has for us. So it's even more magical, yeah? The beauty of us finding each other and cohabitating in a way on this planet Earth. So as cross-pollination requires more than just the exchange of knowledge, it demands really the spirit of openness, humility, curiosity, the true collaboration that begins with acknowledgement that no single person, no one of us, culture, discipline, has all the answers. And I think so many of this wisdom has been shared already today. So it is really through embracing the shared vulnerabilities, shared challenges, our preconceived notions that we can create conditions to create the space for emergence, for change, growth, new knowledges to be created. So it's really not just about sharing of what we already know, it's really about co-creating and allowing the synthesis of diverse perspectives to happen. And obviously, I think this dynamic process is particularly vital in addressing the challenges that we are facing. So both rooted in this disconnect that we are facing, the ecological, societal disconnect that we actually have. And if we only consider this issue of water that was also brought up as a fundamental resource to life, and the scarcity that it possesses, and it's threatening entire regions. We have this entire high-tech solutions on one hand, and we have the beauty and actual almost abundance of the indigenous centuries-old practices connected to water. And all these approaches are shared, adopted, but we don't really cross it. We with crossing it, we can create the solutions that can go much further than just a simple approach to innovation. So this, in a way, is a work of cross-pollination. We need to bring together the wisdoms of the past, the tools of the present, and aspirations of the future to create solutions that are as diverse as the challenges in the world that we face. But once again, we need to really have this genuine, naive, pure interest to actually want to connect. Pure, that I think would be the key word. And the new social paradigm we seek to build, a paradigm that prioritizes sustainability, equity, interconnectedness, really depend on those principles. We are not merely advocating for a set of policies and practices. We are working to shift the very way societies think about progress, prosperity, and the human role within the web we live. And this shift cannot happen in isolation. So it really must emerge from a dialogue that respects and values the diversity of human experiences. And here, very often, we need to again challenge ourselves in finding this genuine interest to find the way we as single individual want and can connect to these global networks, striving to create a change. So at its core, really, it is about relationships. It's about building networks of trust where people feel empowered, share their stories, struggles, and their success. And too often we also see, in fact, the other extreme, particularly, let's say, on the business side that was mentioned in case of construction industry, where they simply don't understand. And too often, I also sometimes see people that are actually aiming to network with a very set agenda that is in a way almost locked in this ambition to connect. So let us try to also make sure that we really, in those situations, help people who, in a way, probably just haven't connected to this sincere child that also wants to connect beyond the agenda and bring this, purity forward. Because if we perceive this networking and building relations purely from that agenda set perspective, we will quickly reach that end. And as we basically move forward, and I think this whole part of that is following, and I'm really excited to learn more about, will be all about all of those different connections. let us really remember that the strength of the movement lies not in its size, but it's in its interconnectedness. So it's like the pollinators moving from flower to flower. We have the power to connect all those ideas, communities, solutions, and the ways to actually amplify the impact. And the networks we build today will eventually grow into the ecosystems of change that actually sustain our visions and even outgrow us. And eventually, we might let be with another vision manifested in the network that is eco-civilization today.
Perfect ending, Matic.
Close, yeah, to maybe the last sentence that I finish. I really, really want kind of leave you with this thought that in nature, the act of pollination is not grand or dramatic event. It's quiet, persistent, small, but it has, even though the so small act, such an immense impact. So let's kind of work on this cross-pollination, particularly on the global networking, because it might feel it's just a simple, non-essential connection. But that one connection today, or if I reflect back to, I think, 14 years ago from today at that time, probably, that person told me, you belong somewhere completely else. Listen to that call, embrace that inner child, be vulnerable, and embark on the journey to cross-pollinate and continue creating kind of a new global network. So thank you so much, Violeta, once again for inviting me, for allowing me to share the stage.
Thank you very much, Matic. You represent the generation that really needs to pull forward and show the way, as you said, build on the learnings of the past, use the tools we developed together, and follow the aspirations for tomorrow. So thank you very much for that strong message. And thank you for setting the stage for the next phase. And I would like to proceed with the next group of networks who are with us and who vibrate at the edge and empower not only us, but whoever we come and get in touch with. I'd like to first ask a dear friend from that our collaboration goes way back, I think 15 years ago or something. Dear Pedro, it's been an incredible journey, and you've always gave me a support for walking a unique. Sorry, somebody has a mic open. Could you please close the mics, those that don't speak? Thank you. Dear Pedro, you've always given us a support, and you believed in, no matter how bold the ideas were, you supported me and gave me a space at different BIN conferences all over, being in Portugal or in Brazil, and encouraging our sort of paths and constantly intertwining them with your commitment to bring a vibrant innovation ecosystem to university circles and beyond into the entire innovation ecosystem. So the floor is yours. What are your learnings and what is your message related to cross-pollination and our possible future steps?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Violeta, for giving me this opportunity to talk about the Business and Innovation Network. Indeed,
Pedro, just a second. Somebody has the mic on. Could you please, Gloria, close all the mics? Could you mute everyone, and then Pedro, please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. I have here also, I'm in an open office, so maybe some background noise also from my server. I'm trying to fix that. Well, just to say that obviously we've been working for, I believe, since 2012, maybe, the first time you came to Porto, and I think you also contributed a lot for our vision and also our concerns about these topics, circularity, eco-civilization, the water crisis, and so on. So just I will share my screen just to share 2 slides. It's just to talk a little bit about
Yes, please.
the network and also give me just a moment to get there. Sorry, because I have many things here on my screen. Just a moment. I don't know if you can see my presentation now. I'll try, yeah. So I think we are there now. Okay. So basically, the Business and Innovation Network is an informal open innovation platform that creates opportunities for collaboration across sectors and throughout the innovation ecosystems. So we started this network in 2010, and we've been developing different activities. So we have a soft landing program for startups. We have the annual events and also the midterm events. We do some, let's say, discovery missions to different innovation ecosystems to create opportunities for collaboration. And actually, this was also is very much linked with the natural ecosystems, because if you have an ecosystem that is enclosed in itself, it will not perdure. It will not be able to continue to exist. So it's important to create these corridors, like in nature, these corridors of innovation, connecting all the innovation ecosystems and giving opportunities for collaboration across sectors. And we are very much we are not topic driven, but we want to address global challenges and the challenges that the humanity is facing and looking forward. So building the blocks for the future, let's say. So, and here is just an example of some of the things that we've been talking about throughout the years in different moments and different events, not only here in Porto, and obviously touching very much all these topics that I was hearing from you all about the circularity and circular economy, about the water crisis and water challenges, also water diplomacy. Actually, last October, we had Violeta talking here about the water crisis, a global problem that we need to face and to mitigate. And this is pretty much the activity that we promote, is to create these synergies between academics, spin-offs and startups, the industry, bringing all them to the table to discuss these topics with their different perspectives and different ideas on it. And by the way, next year we will have an event in Slovenia, in Novo Mesto, organized by Violeta and also the University of Novo Mesto. And we very much look forward, because I believe that Ecocivilisation will be on the core of the program, and we'll have a huge discussion on this. So I take the chance to invite everyone to participate in this event in Novo Mesto. We'll all be there, and me, Violeta, and the partners of the network, but everyone is welcome to participate, and the network is open for everyone to participate. And thank you, Violeta, for being such a champion. Actually, you were honored with the award of the champion of the year in the last event that we had in October, and it's just truly an inspiration to have you in our network, and to have your contribution and your wisdom to lead us the way how to face the future and how to mitigate all these global challenges that we are facing. Thank you so much, and I'm very much pleased to be in this discussion, in this summit, and I will continue to listen to these interesting projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you for presenting your network and also making connections and showing us how we can actually jointly address all the challenges we identify in a much broader and more comprehensive way. So that is great to see how this is pollinating further. And who knows, maybe through today's summit, we will add new countries to your network. That would be exciting. We need also this network to go beyond just Europe and Brazil. So who knows who will be the next to join us. So thanks a lot, Pedro. And let's move to the next one. Living Cities Earth have been mentioned today a few times already. And we are extremely honored to have Marina today with us, not only as a representative of Living Cities Earth, but also our Ecocivilisation wing for Russia. And she's a great cross-pollinator. And who else to present this edge between Ecocivilisation and Living Cities Earth than her. So Marina, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, dear Violeta, and thank you, everyone. I am here since the beginning of the summit, and I'm hugely impressed by by such a great representation of what is done and what is being doing all this during all this year. So can you see the presentation? Because I opened the screen and
yes.
I can't see you. Yeah. So yet I'm here as the co-creators, one of the co-creators of Living Cities Earth, the largest expert community in the integral development of cities. And I would also like to share the information today about the Living Cities Action Research Ecosystem, which was launched this year with the support of Ecocivilisation and personally Violeta. And this project is also officially belongs to the Laszlo Institute of New Paradigm Research, and Alexander Laszlo today opened our summit. So both Violeta and Alexander are the team members of our Living Cities Action Research Ecosystem and great supporters. So let me share our approach, our understanding of how we interweave and interconnect different organizations which we belong to, in order to co-create something more meaningful than that what we can do separately, individually, each of us. So let me start with the idea which I came across a couple of years ago when I studied the understanding of the ecosystems and communities, both through their social and ecosystemic approach. So what I learned that while social ecosystems and social communities are human communities are usually built in order to support activities of each other, and they are usually created to achieve some goals together. And if we look at the natural communities and natural ecosystems, the ecological approach tells us that all parts of the ecosystem are participating and collaborating together, not for the benefit of those species or those living beings, but for the benefit and for the prosperity of the whole ecosystem. So I think that this ecosystemic approach is a crucial thing which should be remembered, taught to children, and spread widely in terms of understanding that we come together and collaborate, not only, of course, to support each other, but mostly to achieve some bigger goals and benefit some bigger systems, ecosystems. So if we look at the integral approach, we can understand that there are two different hierarchies or sort of structures which could be seen in the both in social societies and in natural societies, it looks a little bit different. So in social societies, we know that there is a hierarchy. There is their mutual beneficial relationships, and I will do something for you if you give me something in return. Otherwise, it is not profitable, interesting, inspiring, and so on and so forth. So in these top-down hierarchical structures, usually people think that they don't care about the result. Sometimes we give the responsibility to some scientists, politicians, bosses, presidencies, leaders of the organizations. And we think that we are somewhere, maybe not in the bottom, but in the middle, and we can't do anything. If we look at the growth hierarchies, so hierarchical approach is about the embeddedness of different parts of the ecosystem. For example, our cells consist of atoms and molecules, and our organs consist of cells. Our bodies consist of different organs, and our organizations consist of people. So you can, and sort of solar system consists of planets, and so on and so forth. So it's a microcosm and macrocosm. It's the same. So in this approach, we understand that if we are collaborating together to benefit the bigger systems, it's sort of the ecosystem biosynthesis, or if you look at the organism of a human organism, we can speak about the state of homeostasis, where all the elements of the ecosystem are balanced. They grow, they change, they collaborate, but they tend to create this homeostasis, this balance in the ecosystem, which helps us to grow together for the mutual benefit. Because again, when we discussed with Violeta my today's presentation, we came to the conclusion that, of course, we can look at what could be beneficial to and mutually for each other. But if we understand that we are contributing to the ecosystem, to the society, to our state development, to the planetarian development, to the global planetarian ecosystem, if we are contributing not as altruism, but as the understanding that if the ecosystem where I live is healthy, I will be the first person who will benefit from this, but not vice versa. Because we can be rich, we can be wealthy, we can be successful, but ecosystems in which we work and do some job, they are not healthy, and sooner or later we will experience this unhealthiness on ourselves. So it doesn't work vice versa, but contributing to the bigger system, we will benefit for sure. So this is the main approach which we stick to when we created our idea of the Living Cities Action Research Ecosystem. As I mentioned, it was created by the team of LC co-founders and some of institutional partners. We have been working together since 2022, publishing some different research publications, holding events, having wonderful discussions online. Hope we will be ready to have in-person discussions in the nearest time in Cuba as well. So lots of work have been done by this period of time, but here in 2024, we decided that it would be great to join our efforts in order to provide some meaningful change, which can't be provided by any of our organizations separately. But together, we definitely can build the collaborative research network of city and community leaders globally. So the main question which we posed, and I kindly invite you to join this question and to join our endeavor in our research work, is how we can help to transform our cities where we live and cities of our colleagues and partners into living, resilient, interconnected ecosystems. So this ecosystemic approach is at the core of our idea that will thrive in harmony with nature. So we understood that it's really important to look, and we also heard today about it many times, that we need to redefine our role. So if we are talking about cities and citizens, we need to redefine their citizens' identity per se. What does it mean to be the responsible steward, as Violeta mentioned today, for the ecosystems in which we live and in which we collaborate? So we decided that it's mostly could be achieved through the participatory governance, through the cross-sectoral collaboration. Again, many words were told today about the efforts of the eco-civilization wings in terms of building this cross-sectoral and intercultural collaborations in their countries. Of course, for the sake of the bigger system, bigger ecosystem, for the secure, regenerative future and the planetary health. So, as I already mentioned, our research initiative is created and built around the vision of the Living Cities Earth values and vision, and it is officially embedded into the Laszlo Institute of New Paradigm Research with the support of Violeta Bulc, who is also the board member of this research institution, prominent research institution. And so we came together and we decided, that's also, I think, very connected to our today's summit, we decided that we will research the soul of the city, because all the objective development, all the aspects of the objective development of social ecosystems, of cities, they are hugely dependent on the soul of the place where we live. And this soul of the city or spirit of the place is usually neglected, but at the same time, it's the hugely important thing which is combined of culture, history, again, some intercultural collaborations, including some maybe collective traumatic experience of these places, spirituality, traditions, rituals, which are which appeared and were developing in these territories. And through understanding, through the reconnection to the soul of the city, I think that citizens can redefine themselves. They can become more responsible for their land, for each other, and for the future of those places where they live. So here is the constellation of the organizations, and I'm happy that not only Ecocivilisation and G100, but also MediaPoint of Natasha's and many other colleagues from Ecocivilisation have already been included into this constellation of collaborative work. And again, it's not about building some hierarchies, it's mostly as the solar system where we can collaborate each other, support each other, find how we can uniquely support each other, but at the same time, we can serve our cities where we live, and ultimately the whole planet, the whole planetary health. So what we are inviting all of you to join as the Ecocivilisation members. We are now creating the bi-regional action research clusters where we will connect local leaders. So we are working on this global local approach, where we want to give the space for leaders to share their shared experience and their stories of how they perceive the soul of the city. What does it mean, and how this soul of the city influences this local development? So how can we contribute to this social, spiritual, cultural, historical development in order to enhance the objective development, infrastructural, ecological, economical development of the territory. So our idea is to bridge the gap between the theoretical development and collecting the stories in the shared space, in the shared and safe space, where people can bring their traditions, their values, their understandings. And again, the stories, I think, can empower and inspire people from all over the world. So our idea is to collect the stories in the bi-regional action research clusters, and then share it between these clusters in order to inspire people to reconnect and to mutually support each other. So here are some points on the map where we have already some connections. So please join us, and we will be really happy to co-create this eco-civilizational research around this topic. And we have already started with South Africa. We launched the Sustainable Growth Comprehensive Study, which involves social leaders, organizations, communities, and cities. So this is the authoring methodology which can help us measure the level of social engagement and satisfaction of citizens. And we also invite different cities to join this study as well. And it works on 3 levels, 4 dimensions, 12 aspects, 24 parameters of change. And finally, we are going to provide this. So in 2025, we start with the 4 bioregional clusters, which are in Latin America, Balkan region, with support of Natasha and our colleagues in Slovenia, in South Africa, as I mentioned, and in North America, both Northern American states and Canada. And the next stage is Arctic cities in Russia, my motherland, where I was brought up and grew up, and now I'm residing in the UK, but I am staying connected with my native country, Central and Southeast Asia and Western Europe. So this is our plans, and again, you can choose what cluster to join and what stories to share and how we can bring this, I would say, more non-religious but spiritual aspects of development. So that's it. Please join our dynamic global network, and let's co-create the new type of eco-civilization and new type of citizens' identity as a responsible stewardship and caring for our Mother Earth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marina. This was very comprehensive overview of your work, which was actually needed. I didn't have heart to stop you, because it's so rich and so deep and it's so inclusive. So let's hope that this will evolve along the trail. And it's great to hear that we have now also a research group that cross-pollinates between different networks and has such a strong core in eco-civilization as well. Thank you, Marina. The next one I'd like to invite to would be Silk Road 4.0. Our friend Mar from G100 Global Networking, we are a bit late, so she had to go, but she will return later on. So I'm inviting a dear friend, Felipe, now on stage. Felipe, you were very patient, so I hope the time was worth it. And we are also, we've known each other also only from 2024. But wow, I mean, we engaged many times, and there are so many new aspects of our cross-pollination emerging that the best thing to do is to give you a word, and let's hear what's Silk Road 4.0 all about, and what are your apprehensive dreams and steps. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Violetta. I really had to smile several times, and I have to say, for the last, I think, 3 hours, is it? I was listening every single minute, even if I went for a short break. I was constantly listening, and I mean, I only have 5 minutes, so I really have to hurry up with speaking. But there's so many touch points, and not even Vipassana retreats and white tantra that I'm very much interested in, and energy and all the vibrations that I love to hear, and also to work with passion. That's something that I really loved as a quote. Please let me quickly share my screen, because I'm a highly visual person. I'm an engineer by trade, and I need graphics. I need visualizations. And when Violetta asked me, okay, tell me your perspective about networking and cross-pollination, there was one fable that I really love. And it just happens that we already had some colleagues from India participating. So there is an old ancient fable about the 5 blind men and the elephant. So I'm not sure if you know this wonderful story. So the one blind man touches the tusk, the second the wall, the third the trunk, the leg, the fourth the nose of the elephant. And every one of the 5 blind men thinks, oh, I totally understand the elephant. I know what it is. It's a fan, it's a wall, it's like a tree. And the funny thing is, all the 5 blind men are absolutely right in what they think an elephant is. And this is something that, especially as an engineer, I'm a very boring laser physicist by trade. I realized that actually we all live in our own blind world. So as an engineer, typically I end up with speaking with other engineers, obviously. So you do hardware, software, and so on. But the older you get, you end up in managing projects. The funny thing is, as a laser physicist, I ended up actually in IT projects, and 95% of my time, I'm not talking IT, I'm not talking hardware, software. Actually, I'm talking leadership, I'm talking communication, I'm talking stakeholder analysis, and so on and so on. So actually, I'm moving as an engineer into a social science world. And that's why it was super interesting for me to see here the Ecocivilisation group coming together, because this is actually this kind of cross-pollination that we need. We need to speak the same language, although we speak actually different languages. And just to finish as I call it, the circles, and this is a little bit my own personal development. The older you get, you typically end up with larger projects, and the larger the projects get, you end up in the policy work. So you end up with a project that somehow are related with governments, with law. And the funny thing is the next step after a social engineer or a social scientist, you end up in a lawyer and a government policy officer or a policy expert. In order to create meaningful projects, you quickly realize that actually there's one fourth dimension missing in a project, and there's this business and finance. So, and if you see those four circles, you realize that those different languages don't actually match up. It's a totally different world. If you try to let an engineer speak with a lawyer, chaos happens. I've been there many times. And the same thing, an engineer speaking with a business guy and a finance guy, they don't have the same vocabulary. And that's why I really enjoyed today's session so much, because with Ecocivilisation, I learned a couple of new words, a couple of new vocabularies that helped me to express the ideas and the needs of a project. And I just want to finish the circle, because I was inspired by Ecocivilisation. So I was working on those four circles within our own Silk Road 4.0 communities for several years. I started in 2016 with the whole initiative. But I realized actually one important circle is missing, and that is, how do you define a good project? And when I did some research, when I bumped into Violetta in the beginning of this year, I realized actually the values of Ecocivilisation, they are resonating with my heart. And having this planetary perspective, having this guidance on actually what defines a good project, I think this is absolutely missing in nowadays time. So just as a short inspiration about the four different dimensions, and this also explains a little bit what Silk Road 4.0 does. And I sneaked in one slide that actually I didn't want to show, but it was as we started today with mobility and transport. I just wanted to quickly pitch how actually I started Silk Road 4.0 back in 2016 as a project. It was a personal curiosity thing. So
I was hoping you're going to speak about that. Yes, because this is the inspiration of your work. Fantastic.
I had to sneak it in when I saw Jean Dot speaking. There was no way around it. So for me, it was the passion of leaving my own comfort zone to get a better understanding of what is out there, what is there, what I don't know, what are the white spots on the map. Who have no freaking idea that I don't even know that I don't know. And that's why I think so much with what Violetta is building with Ecocivilisation, because connecting those people who want to leave their own comfort zone and want to, make better projects on a global scale. This is what actually I'm thriving for. And this is actually a photo from where we met, so to say, officially on stage the first time. So we organized an event back in May 22nd, and Violetta was kindly contributing as a keynote speaker for this event. And it was an amazing experience, I have to say, because every circle that you see here is actually a local community. So it was a distributed event that took place in May in 16 locations around the world at the same time. And then the funny thing is, if some things work out well, you do it again. So we did the same in November. Last November 22nd, we already had 21 partners globally joining. And I just had a call last week with Violetta for May 16th. So we are expecting something like 25 to 30 locations. And I'm now looking at you, Violetta. I'm now evaluating the November 28th as a potential November date. Hopefully that we can move much closer with Ecocivilisation. It will be the 25th event that we're organizing. So it will be something like a small anniversary. And I would love to have 50 cities around the world taking place at the same time organizing an event. So that's it in a nutshell. So I think my 5 minutes are probably busted. So
really well used. Amazing story. And the one thing you still own to this crowd is what is that motorcycle all about? And the first flow from Vienna all the way to somewhere in China. Tell us. You have to say that. Just two sentences.
What is the question? The most
What is the motorcycle for in the previous year? You forgot to share that story. That's the beginning of everything, isn't it?
Okay. Well, actually, the motorcycle that I took to China, it was actually I wanted to bring European technology to Asia. And so actually the idea was I'm Austrian, and for those who are into the motorcycle world, there's a very famous Austrian brand. It's called KTM. And actually I wanted to take a KTM motorcycle, bringing European technology all the way to Asia. And yeah, and then Honda made such a good offer that I had to stick with Honda. They totally screwed the story. Yeah, so that's why it's a Honda Africa Twin Adventure Sports for those who are into motorcycles. And it's the second large trip that I did on a motorcycle actually. And now I'm looking at the colleagues in Chile, and I see that the temperature in Chile is definitely different than in Europe. Seeing the the current dress code in Chile. I was traveling 17 months in South America. So South America is my big love, so to say. And but I did this on a totally different vehicle. I did this on an old sidecar. It was a 25-year-old sidecar, and it broke down 8 times in the middle of a desert. But it's a different topic, and I don't want to hijack this meeting here with
No,
telling.
but Felipe, this is what makes your project successful. These are the spirits that so many people today already have talked about. This is the inner child that is awakened, and you follow that call, and and that's what makes the project great. And we're happy to connect, to cross-pollinate, and I'm looking forward to 2025, where there will be at least 2 opportunities for engagement. But I'm sure we're going to find more, because one way or the other, you will be included in our year of leadership challenged as well. So you will be able to share more about these learnings, how to lead from the point of view of emergence, of unexpected, of experiencing unknown that you don't know about. So I'm very much looking forward to, and thank you for being with us with this very exact and inspiring part of your Silk Road 4.0 movement. Thanks a lot. Please stay with us, because we're going to have a time for questions. So right now, I'd like to move to Rajni. And the reason why I put also WAH Woman on the screen and this part of the presentation is because WAH Woman was one of the first organizations that we engaged with when we started with Ecocivilisation, and it was profiliating the stories that emerge within Ecocivilisation so much beyond our borders through her powerful portal. And she expanded the impact, the voice of things that were emerging within. So Rajni, few minutes of your time is up again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Violeta, once again. And if I'm not wrong, I got introduced to you in the year 2020. And in one of the very preliminary discussions, I expressed my interest in being part of this wonderful community, Ecocivilisation, because I was so much enamored I was so much fascinated by the concept of eco-civilization that I wanted to understand more about it, to experience it, to feel it, how it works, how this concept brings people together, how communities grow. And from that time till date, I think in that period, whatever we have done, it itself speaks a volume about our collaboration and the fantastic journey that we had together. In this duration of 4 or 5 years, we had a series of 2 webinars together, including circular economy and a series on water, followed by books on each. And that's fantastic. That's certainly fantastic, Violeta. So thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you. And I genuinely express my gratitude for all the learning, for all the guidance, for all the support that you have offered me through Eco-Civilization and also being as a friend, as a guide. Also, in the beginning of this summit, as Dr. Alexander stated a wonderful sentence that no one is as good as we are together. Definitely, it is so true because no one is an island. We always need people to grow. We always need communities to fulfill, to achieve our mission, to achieve our vision. And that's where I see the role of cross-pollination. Let me also tell you, Violeta, every time when we talk about Vaha women, we introduce ourselves as enablers who are proponents of SDGs, especially SDG 5, that stands for gender equality. But at the same time, we always say that to achieve other SDGs like circular economy, water, ecology, and other humanity related SDGs, which are supporting humanity, education, we have closely collaborated with our dear organization, Eco-Civilization. So eco-civilization is so much integral part of Vaha women that our introduction of Vaha women cannot be completed without eco-civilization. So once again, thank you so much. And as you know that we are a non-profitable initiative which we established in the year 2018 during COVID time, just before COVID. We believe in amplifying the voices of women from all over the world, wherein we bring forth women leaders, stalwarts, trailblazers, change makers to encourage women around the world to recognize their potential. Of course, we hold brief conversations, organize webinars, dialogues with them. And we also hold corporate sessions on topics like DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and empowering organizations to create more inclusive and equitable workplaces. So friends, I want to show one interesting slide, and that talks about how our objectives with eco-civilization are aligned for future. Because in the year 2024, we launched a mental health campaign on LinkedIn, aiming to raise awareness, reduce stigma, and encourage open conversations around mental well-being, especially for women. And we focused on both working women, women in workplaces, as well as society at large. And besides this, through various collaboration with HR leaders, corporate professionals, and mental health advocates, we gathered insights to learn about the strategies, and we highlighted the best practices for promoting mental health being. So, by fostering dialogue and encouraging actionable steps, the campaign aligned with our vision of creating supportive and equitable environment for all. But in my next presentation, you would find more details about our forthcoming mission with the eco-civilization, how we are going to align it. So stay with us. That was a brief introduction about Vaha Women. You can visit our website. So thank you so much. Stay with us. Thank you, Violeta.
Thank you very much, Rajni. And it's a really great pleasure to see how the stories from Eco-Civilization can reach a completely fresh and new audience through your channels, and the way how you tell them with your heart and with your dedication. It's really inspiring for all of us. Thanks a lot. So I'm pretty sure that several of stories from today will find a way to be perpetuated through your channels again. And I just got a message that Mar managed to join us in time. So it's great to welcome also a dear friend, Dr. Mar Intruini from Spain, but one of the most vibrant G100 global chairs covering global networking. You know, the word itself is very self-explanatory. And I cannot wait, Mar, to hear the message from you, somebody who really is at the core of global cross-pollination and bringing people together. And what's your experience, and what are the messages that you will share with us? Mar, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Violeta. It's absolutely pleasure to be here to make my contribution, and mostly to learn from all of you. It's another year and another Inspire Summit, so congratulations to all. I would like just a few slides, just four I have. I don't know if you could, yeah, you could see it, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, you know, whenever I have to get inspired, besides to be in this kind of summit, I grab to art. I think art is the most inspired, and in a world that sadly became surrealistic in the bad senses, and sometimes whenever you see that it's so fake around you, to grab to art, I think is one of the boost, the best way to boost my energy. And that's what I did with this sculpture, this artist that is Lorenzo Quinn. And I took four of his sculptures to describe what is for me, or what should be for me, the future for global networking. First of all, if you see in the first sculpture, there is a woman that is handle a man, no? So you know, I invert the way that we almost see, in general we see women, no, as vulnerable women in vulnerable situations that need to be rescued, no? And also you say, well, sometimes men also need to be rescued, because that's part of the balance. This is a balance, women and men. And I invite you to change your mind, or at least to reflect on what is this gender equality. What means gender and equality? Because equality, that we are the same, this is contemplated in all the bodies, the main bodies, legal main bodies of mostly all of the countries, of the governments. So what is really what we are searching for? Because gender, woman, men, and all those that do not feel part of it, that is a diversity, that is part of diversity, so respecting others. So when we are talking about gender equality, what we really are talking about is of women equity, a tailor-made solution for a specific situation that women live in a very vulnerable way. For example, on safety, in war, there is proven that is most vulnerable, in maternity leave, in jobs. So in also in expectation is different, the sensibility for a woman, for a man. So I invite you for a global networking, first of all, to take into account what is a woman equity, a word with tailor men specifically for women in balance with men. Then we have the second part, that is this sculpture is a bridge in Venice, in Italy, with two hands, different hands that are holding each other, because that inspired me of say this is a multi-sectoral connections. We need to work on that. Innovation, creative partnership, not only a strategic one, they have to be innovative and creative. Individuals with organization with institutions, government with individuals. And this cross way of related is something that is absolutely new, and we haven't worked enough to create more of that. In the third part, climate action for values, if you see, this climate action for values is mine. This sculpture is for climate action, also in Venice, where two big hands, giant hands, are holding the building in a way to express their action. They fight back on climate action. So these hands, I'm telling you, please do it with values, with this transparency, respect, honesty, honor life with the truth. And this is the way to fight back what is these high temperatures that are rising in confrontation, in hate. So this lead to wars. So let's keep our hands, keeping that balance. And finally, on a global networking, individual action, these four 4 steps that we need to take. Individual action, a woman in the middle, you see, they keeping the balance in a very narrow circle. So because the first things, as we do it first yet today, meditation, what means introspection. First of all, more than ever, we need, not in an individualistic, powerful way, just to search for your own power and relate to others in a better, resilient, respectful way. And it's not a coincidence that all of these 4 sectors that I divided, they are correlated to 4 SDGs. That is partnership for the goal. I already expressed what it means for me, partnership in a global networking, quality education. We are always thinking of new generations. Yeah, and it's good, but we need to educate ourselves and be open to be training on the new. Third, peace, justice, and strong institutions. If we do a creative, innovative partnership, if we are educated to learn, open-minded to learn, we are going to achieve the goal of peace, justice, and strong institutions. Also, strong institutions will become stronger whenever they connect with others in a creative and innovative way. And finally, we are going to reduce inequality. This is equal reduce inequalities because everyone will be in a better position. So my last slide is the one that is also from Lorenzo Quinn and is the one who goes with my blog because I adore it. That is the citizen. Isolated, looks as is isolated, but is having the power to have a transparent planet in all the ways, transparent in clean and also transparent in terms of accountability as well, within a society, colorful, innovative, creative, feeling the warmth, but at the same time taking the power. Because this is a bracelet, it's also from Lorenzo Quinn, where it's give and receive. There are 2 hands here. When you give, you receive. And when you give and you don't receive, this is a cycle that turned around and came back to you. So thank you so much.
Dear Mark, this was wonderful using the art, such a strong supportive tool for sharing your messages. We will remember that for sure. And along with the pictures, also your presentation. Thanks a lot, Mark. And it's a real pleasure to constantly cross-pollinate with you, with your team. Thank you for including us all the time in your sessions. And now we're looking forward to your new publication that will come forward, where Ecocivilisation will be also included. So thank you so much. And it's a real pleasure for me to continue and show even more networks that are resonating with us. It's interesting enough that now only the men will speak because our dear friend Valerie, she got sick, so she cannot speak. She's been listening to us, but she has no voice. So we will save her wonderful presentation and about her work and the way how we interconnected and the way how she put together Eco-Civilization movement with the Ecocivil Institute from Sacramento together, and we are now getting closer and closer and looking for the common points of interactions and engagement. So we're deeply grateful to you, Valerie, and to your institute and your entire team and the community of practice as a foundation for that, new ways of engagement and sharing and deep interconnection between people. So relationship-based networks who were so many times today inspired by these same experiences. We will continue to explore that together in 2025. So I hope your voice comes back soon and you're going to have a lovely holidays. The same happened to, not the same, but similar challenge happened to 2 other speakers, female speakers. Manzi left a very nice message, but she misunderstood the timing and she has her own event now that she had to attend. So she has to leave, but Manzi was integrating the speakers from Eco-Civilization and the content from the Eco-Civilization book so beautifully in her initiatives that are currently part of India. World for Water, weekly events, very active lady, a great ambassador for water, also globally interconnected well as well. So we will hear from her for sure next year. And last but not least, dear friend Daria Brečko-Pužinel from DB Studio, who we have to be really grateful for her incredible intuitive connection to Ecocivilisation that brought forward the new Ecocivilisation page, which was awarded this year also with the second international award as the second best digital solution, which we jointly then received. And it was, wow, it was a real wow moment. So thank you, Daria, and thank you for your entire team to join us and feel with us so well and continue to help us to evolve the Ecocivilisation page to be a vibrant place of interconnectivity, information and communication. So without further ado, I will invite now dear colleague, Jonathan Švestka, who is taking over the leadership of Eurasia Center from Atit, to share just a few of his experiences about cross-pollination, connecting the networks, and the role of organizational structures like Eurasia Center is in the creating a connected and well-intertwined world of the future. As our dear Dr. Harbin Aurora has said in her speech, this is institutions are yet to be properly addressed, and we are yet probably yet to find a new role for institutions to actually deliver a better results and be a better safe holding space for everything else to evolve locally or globally. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, my dear Violetta. I will also share my screen. It should work. As before, coming to my presentation, let me also just say a few additional words. It is for me, as well as for Matthias, an incredibly great honor in the light of the brilliant intervention that have come from all parts of the world, from Europe, from Asia, from South America, over the past 3 hours. A very humbling experience to join you today at this year's Ecocivilisation Summit and to receive your invitation, dear Violetta, to share some reflections. Let me also first apologize for addressing you from what appears to be a somewhat suboptimal location in the relative dark, with possibly some traffic noise in the background. I'm currently traveling for business in Berlin, which has made my participation somewhat more challenging. However, I have realized that my location is everything, in fact, but suboptimal, and could, in the context of the summit, hardly be more ideal. I'm currently sitting in front of the bar Internazionale, which also in light of the participants of this summit is very fitting, in the Rosa Luxemburg Street in Berlin. And this name might be very familiar to some of you, as Rosa Luxemburg has been one of Germany's most important revolutionaries, philosophers, economists, and anti-war activists in the beginning of the 20th century. Until today, she remains a symbol of feminist solidarity and anti-imperialism, and continues to be celebrated for her unrelenting commitment to justice and her belief in the importance of democracy and grassroots participation in social movements. Just a few meters from me, next to the Rosa Luxemburg Street, is the Karl Liebknecht House. Karl Liebknecht, similar to Rosa Luxemburg, was one of Germany's most important visionaries and peace activists who opposed, already in the early 20th century, imperialism, militarism, and World War I. As we today face somewhat similar challenges as many decades ago in Europe and in other parts of the world that need brave and bold and innovative solutions, I'm confident that I have found the perfect place to join your summit. And I hope that Rosa Luxemburg's and Karl Liebknecht's spirits joins us as well. Given that we already have some delay, I will be very brief. As Violetta has mentioned, I am very humbled and grateful to be able to speak to you as a representative of the Eurasia Center. As some of you may know, in addition to many of the other roles that she has. Violetta, we're also very grateful to have Violetta serve as the vice chair of the Europe Asia Center. Just maybe a few words here. We're an independent non-for-profit organization that promotes Europe-Asia relations by means of connecting professionals, institutions, organizations, networks across sectors. And here we try to be innovative, also given the complexities of modern geopolitics, working with conferences, workshops, cultural events, publications, educational and research programs. We're trying to connect people all over the world, but with a particular focus on Europe and Asia. Here as well, I will be very brief, but just as my dear friend Philippe also shared the insightful and inspiring anecdote with the blind man touching the elephant, I would also just like to share one quote that has marked me particularly, coming from a speech that Hermann Hesse gave when he received the Nobel Prize for Peace: "Serve not war and destruction, but peace and reconciliation." And I think this is really what unites all of us today. This is really what, in my view, is the essence of eco-civilization, and is also the essence, of course, of the Europe Asia Center. Our guiding values: trust, transparency, compassion, tolerance, and prosperity, I think, are also very similar, again, to the values that guide eco-civilization. And here we see that with this similar vision on the world, with similar objectives, we're able to work on many different fronts and promote, of course, what has been the common theme of this past hour: cross-pollination. So this is maybe yeah, I'm already also beyond 5 minutes. In any way, again, let me again thank you for your very kind invitation, Violetta. Me and the Europe Asia Center stand ready to work with everyone, to looking forward to cross-pollinate, to support the Eco-Civilization Network, and to advance positive change and meaningful change and real people-to-people relations in Europe, in Asia, and beyond. Thank you very much.
Well, Jonathan, thank you very much for this short but very concise insight into what the Eurasia Center does. And really beautiful start of the presentation, bringing the world to your table, things that you see, and that just shows how globalization is not just going internationally, but globalization is coming to our footstairs as well, to the core of our engagements, where we live, where we breathe, where we eat, where we meet, and that is a beautiful dynamic. So it goes both ways, and that's exactly where cross-pollinations are happening. Cross-pollination is happening as well. So thank you very much also for your input. And now I'm going to go. I saved Ramit for the end. Ramit is such a dear friend, and when I think about any kind of bold step that we've made within Ecocivilisation was somehow related to Ramit's engagement as well. Either I called him and discussed it with him, or he became a co-creator of it. And of course, not just him, but the entire organization that he represents here right now, 8-1. I'm not going to say too many things because I hope Ramit will show us the extent of activities that 8-1 is now involved in, not only domestically in India, but globally. And you will see later on when we will talk about the future, where several portions of our collaboration between 8-1 and Ecocivilisation will be presented a little bit more in details in the last section of today's session. But without further ado, Ramit, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Violetta. It's always just such a pleasure just to come here and listen to what everyone else has to say. And I think today is no different. Just hearing all the eco-civilization wings, hearing all the partners and everything that they have spoken about is just so joyous. And you and I revel in that joy, right? I think that's the reason why you and I connect as well as we do, and you and I dream as much as we do. And you're very right. I think my work here is very easy at this part of our conference, because a lot of the things that we are doing together will be spoken of in the next section, including the International Coalition of Humanity, the World Balance Conference in Cuba, where I'm so glad to see so many of you will actually be coming down to Cuba and participating, and all of us will get together. You'll hear Kartika speak about that soon. About the FAIR project, which we are collaborating on now, Violetta. It is so brilliant that you've been a part of that for the last 5 years. And going forward, Eco-Civilization will be a co-partner of the FAIR project,
This is
where
now the first formal announcement.
yes. You'll hear more about that from Aparnas. I'm not going to say too much, but you will hear about what the FAIR project is, what we've been doing about with it in the last 5 years, and what we're going to be doing going forward with Eco-Civilization on that. We are also doing the Global Open House together, of which, again, all of you will hear Isha from the team speak about that going forward. And it's there tomorrow. So all of you who have time tomorrow at 3 p.m. CET, please join in for the Global Open House, where we just have conversations. We just get together and talk about whatever it is that we want to talk about. The Connectathon, which Violetta and Alexandra have already spoken about, we work on that together as well. So many things where we just see these dreams and we start just working together and doing things. I do also want to tell all of you a bit more about the things that we do at Aid Goes One Foundation, which are not yet done with the Eco-Civilization team, so that if there's any of you who have an interest in those spaces, then you can reach out to us and then we can do something together there as well.
Tell us about those, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us about those.
So one thing that we're doing here in India, which we've been doing for the last 4 years, has been working towards the prevention of sexual harassment at workplaces, both formal sector and informal sector. It's been 4 years of extensive research. I just noted a few months ago that we've been quoted by now universities in the United States, universities in Europe, for our research on the prevention of sexual harassment. And the next 4 years, we're starting the next 4 year cycle now, where with all the various collaborations we've made through the last 4 years, we're going to be launching India's largest survey on sexual harassment at workplaces, actually trying to get the data that can support policy change. Because sexual harassment, unfortunately, is a very serious reality in workplaces in India. And whenever it comes to policy change, unfortunately, it is not backed by that data. Unfortunately, it is backed by narratives that very few people set. So to be able to create a narrative based on data, we are now entering into a new 4 year cycle where we are going to be making sure that we collect data from all parts of India. As I said, the largest survey that's ever been done, with all our partners that are already helping us with this. And so that at the end of those 4 years, we can actually go to the policymakers and show them that, hey, look at this. This is the reality of sexual harassment in India today. So that's a project that we've taken up, that we've, again, already had 4 years of doing this, and the next 4 years is going to just hopefully start making a change at a policy level as well. The other thing that we're doing, which is very interesting, it's a little different, is we're working towards towards gender equality, but in and through video games. Now, video games is this space which is that over 50% of our world's population plays video games in some way or the other, whether it's on their phones, whether it's on the computer, however else it may be, right? And we're trying to use the entire space of the gaming industry to help promote gender equality. We're doing this with UNESCO. In fact, one of our colleagues, Angad, who's not on this call right now, is in New York. We just launched our co-publication with UNESCO on this, transforming mentalities in and through video games, at UN headquarters. And we are now moving, we've done that entire year and a half of research into how we can use video games to promote gender equality. And the next 2-3 years is going to be spent on actually trying to get more and more people involved to actually do that, because it's so much fun, right? Video games are so much fun. And if you can suddenly use that to help promote gender equality, I think it'll be it should be a very positive way of trying to make the change that we all want to see, right?
Ramit,
Yes.
there is a very fascinating result of your research, which I shared on Friday on a Budapest dialogue, which was a global dialogue, also coordinated by India in Budapest. And your colleagues from India were quite surprised when I quoted you and your report. But there is a really shocking result of the harassment in video games. Maybe you want to share that briefly, just to attract more attention, because I see that Isha has already shared the link to your report.
No, I think the amount of it's not just harassment, it is the gross inequality in the video gaming space. Over 50% of all gamers are women, right? And people end up misquoting this fact. People think that women do not play as many video games as men do, but almost 50%, and sometimes even slightly more, of those who play video games are actually women because they're playing on their phones, they're playing with their families, and so on and so forth. Yet, the video games don't really address women at all, because when they're making the games, when they're trying to engage, all that engagement, all the advertisement, everything is geared towards the men and the boys, right? This also, what this results in also is that uh, within, say, the gaming ecosystems and on community chats, there is so much harassment that ends up happening, because whenever, and there are so many women, yet whenever a woman becomes prominent in those spaces, you get all the trollers coming in and making sure that they feel uncomfortable, right? In terms of the industry, the representation of women who are actually working in that space is not even 18 to 19%, even though the gamers are actually more than almost 50%. So the women are contributing to the revenues to the gaming industry, but they're not getting from the revenues of the gaming industry because the employment opportunities are not there. And even when they're there, they are, well, we all know these realities, right? And I think in the gaming industry, it's very, very apparent, and we just need to do something about it. And again, there's so much scope for positive change, but there is so much of what needs to be fixed as well. So we work with, and we've started conversations with almost all the biggest gaming companies in the world, including Microsoft, Tencent, the works, right? And it's early days, but they do seem to be taking us a little seriously, because again, we have the UNESCO name backing us. We have the United Nations involved as well. So those things help. But at the end of the day, they need to be shown that women form a major part of your demographic, and you cannot ignore that. And we just need to make sure that we do that. Again, all assistance, all help, all collaboration on that front is welcome, to see what else we can do. And sorry, just to add, this is all over the world, right? So our research spanned from Argentina to places in South America, to Europe, to the Middle East, to East Asia, to the Americas, across board, right? And especially Africa as well, because there's a large booming gaming culture in Africa as well. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be done there, where again we could use assistance. And if anyone's interested, please, we'll be more than happy to collaborate on that. And a couple of other things, and I'll be very quick now because I know I'm taking a bit of time. We continue to do the project with which the It Goes On Foundation actually started, which was our football leagues in the northeast of India, in areas which are very difficult for people to reach. So we created tragically India's first season-long football soccer league for children between the age groups of 5 and 12. I say sadly because there should have already been so many more happening by then, but this was in 2017. And then we continue. That's a commitment that we have, and we continue doing that, where we use football and soccer to get children interested in education, in learning, in learning life skills, by making them play and then telling them, listen, you played, now you need to give back to the society, because now you need to spend time doing the various things like cleaning up your neighborhood, educating your parents on nutrition, just those kind of things as well. Just various different things we do across the year with them in the northeast of India in particular. And finally, the one thing that we're really focusing on right now, especially in India, but we want to take it to other parts of South Asia first, and then we'll see, is this program that we call the Better School Program, where what we realize is that historically we at the foundation have always had these grand ideas about how education needs to be different and schools need to be different. But what we've obviously realized with experience and with learning is that there is always there will always be a set of schools that want to function the way that they function. They wouldn't want to completely overhaul the way that they're running their schools. So what the Better School program is doing now, and Isha, who's here on this call, has authored an entire book on it, which will hopefully be out soon, and then we'll share it with everyone, about how schools, irrespective of how they function, can still do small little tweaks, which can just, without changing their structure, can just help make sure that education is better imparted to their students, right? With very small tweaks again. So I think that's just the beauty of the program, that of course we'd like a transformation, but till such time that transformation can't happen, there's still things that we can do to move in that direction. Sorry, I said final, but then one more thing, Violetta, and I have to say this out loud because this I need to say to you as well, is that what you and I both have not done for the last almost 3+ years, which we keep talking about it every time when we have our annual meeting, and on this meeting last year and last year, is the Eco-Civilization Academy. I think this year, Violetta, you and I just need to promise ourselves and promise everybody else that one way or the other, we have to start the Eco-Civilization Academy, and then again, get everyone's help and support to see how we can do that, because it's been long overdue. I know I'm very much at fault for this, right? But I think I have a feeling that 2025 will be the year when we truly get the Eco-Civilization Academy going. So with that.
Thank you, Ramit, for this fantastic introduction and for bringing us into the inner circle of 8.1. We, as you said before, we're going to hear from you, and we know about the projects that we've shared so far, but all this deep work that you just explained to us just shows the incredible positive vibes that you're bringing to the modern society. And about the Eco-Civilization Academy, yes, we were brainstorming in India. We were brainstorming long evening hours together. But you know what? That just tells education is not a joke. It needs to mature. It needs to really, come together as a natural process. And all the projects that we've heard today about, they are just creating this incredible pool from which we can now bring forward the topics and techniques and experiences that can really make a difference. Otherwise, we would be limited only to your organization, my very young starting movement, and now look at this. So it's not an excuse, it's just what you said. It gotta feel right, and you're right. Now it's coming forward. So I'm looking forward to deliver for the next summit something very concrete on this topic. Thanks for sharing all this beautiful work. You see the comments in the chat. There are many people who want to support, join, want a big part of this emerging stories that you have created. But I have to move forward. So we now finished the next section, and since we are now already 1 hour behind, almost, we will still finish at 7, don't worry. But I'd like to just invite one person who expressed a special will in the chat to share her story briefly. So right now, if you are still with us, Monica, please, yeah, of course, Monica. Sorry, Monica is a new Eco-Civilization wing for Poland. And Monica, if you're still with us, please go ahead, and Gloria will give you the presentation permission, and please address the participants.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Hey, Monica, please go ahead.
Hi, good
I
to see
didn't have
you.
Yeah, I didn't see that that's you, so I just responded quickly. Please go ahead, Monica. Welcome to the Eco-Civilization movement, and this is your first ever event with us.
Yes, exactly. So thank you so much for welcoming me. I'm still feeling quite enthusiastic and a little bit nervous. I don't have any presentation because, right, we did it. It happened spontaneously, but I would like to introduce myself just for a moment. So, originally I'm from Poland, although I'm at the moment based in Paris. Although I've been living all over the world, and now while starting my roots in Paris, I started an association, Equi-Roots Climate Collective, where I'm blending all of my background, which is climate change impacts and risks and feminine empowerment. So in a way, my mission is to connect, to bridge the information towards action using ecofeminist leadership and systems thinking. For example, my projects for the next year will be bringing different partners, including EU Climate Pact ambassadors that I am also into global storytelling. So how we, global community, can create bridges across genders and generations and culture and create a new global narrative of a comfort zone that will allow us to actually see the planetary boundaries and perceive planetary boundaries not as something that is really just science, but something that we need to develop as a sixth sense, so we can shift or expand our comfort zone and learn how to see that instead of sacrificing or limiting our consumerism, we can actually see that we are change makers, or we are doing something from a place of inner collective abundance and not scarcity. So having said that, I'm very happy to stay here and stay being inspired and inspire you. And I'm looking forward to further collaborations and see how we can cross-pollinate and
Thank you,
co-create
Monica.
synergies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That I think we will hear from you much more in the forthcoming year. You will also be part of the Leadership Challenge. So I'm happy to announce that, but we will hear about that in a few minutes. So let's continue to cross-pollinate and push the boundaries. And it's my great pleasure to open up the last section, setting the vibe for 2025. And here we will first take a look at the vibes from within. So what's new emerging for 2025? And of course, for all these topics, you're still welcome to engage. You will see who the co-creators are, and we are happy to bring you forward or maybe activate your local engagements on the same topics. First, as Ramit has already said, and if nothing else, you probably have heard about this incredible initiative that is happening together with 81 for Cuba, Coalition for Humanity. Manica has mentioned it, Ramit has mentioned it, I had it in my slide. So it's time to hear from the one who keeps the heartbeat of the project going and who's an incredible driver behind the manifestation of our commitments. So we made a commitment. Kartika is the one who is manifesting all this. So Kartika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Violetta. I hope everybody can hear me. The Cuban connection gods have been quite kind to me this morning. So do let me know if you're able to hear me better now.
Much better.
Much better.
Because I've changed. Oh, great. I think now I've unleashed the true glory of Cuba, which is the background noises and the chaos behind me. So I'm sure all of you can enjoy that along with the presentation. I'm just going to quickly go back and repeat what I said. The International Conference for World Balance is an international conference which is hosted every 2 years. It started back in 2003 with the sole aim of trying to create a balanced and a more equitable world. And next year, we're going to have it in January from 28th to the 31st. And I'm so glad to have so many people here who are actually going to be joining us in Havana as well. So I really cannot wait to meet all of you in person. We've talked on call, we've talked on email, and I really do look forward to meeting all of you in Havana next month. And so to talk a little bit about the conference, it doesn't really matter, and this is the best part about it. It doesn't really matter what you are, who you are, what you're doing at this point of time. But if your objective or if your goal is to create or be part of a more balanced and a more equitable and a more safer world for all of us, then this is the place that you need to be. And you could find ways, you can find solutions, and you can find people within this network who could work with you, help you, collaborate, and get us all towards that world. The wonderful part of this event also is that this time Ecocivilisation is also hosting a program within a space within the conference. It's going to be a 1.5-day program, which would include round discussions, panel discussions, which would have round tables. We would have showcases from around the world, beautiful work that people have been doing from across countries, across sectors, to work towards the goal of creating a balanced world. And in true Cuba fashion, the one thing that does set the conference apart is the fact that this is not a conference where experts come to just talk point and audiences come to consume that knowledge, but it's a gathering of friends, which is what makes it all the more special. It's people coming from all walks of life together. Some would be journalists, some would be engineers, some would be working in the tech industry, some would be in the social sciences, some would be students who are just trying to figure out what to do next in the world and trying to find some inspiration there. There would be people from across ages, across disciplines, and for those 4 days, their disciplines or their preferences won't matter, because all of them would come together and just be friends with each other, talk to each other about how they feel, how the world makes them feel, and how they want the world to look like maybe in the near future. So if you're joining us, I see Viviana here, I see Manika here, I see Aarti here, I see Martina here. A lot of these people are already joining us, and I can't really wait to see them in person. But if you think that you can join us in January, consider this as a sign from the universe that it's time to book your tickets to Cuba. But I don't want to stop right there, because I also want to talk about what this conference has done in the past. Ramit, Violetta, and Deidra were already part of this conference the last time in 2023. And I believe that the work that we have done in Cuba thus far has been a direct consequence of the conversations and the experiences they had in Cuba. I remember when I was setting off to go to Cuba for the first time, having conversations with Violetta and Deidra about the importance of urban agriculture, the importance of organic agriculture, especially in a world where access to food, where access to good quality food has become incredibly challenging. And with that thought, I came into Cuba, and with those very inspiring thoughts, I figured that maybe we could find a way to do something here. And that is when Patria Siembra took birth. It's something which is powered by the same philosophies, Ecocivilisation, and the same philosophies that we've been talking at Ecocivilisation for so long, about cross-pollination, about reaching out to people and connecting them with each other to create something beautiful, which caters to not just themselves, but to the larger society, because that's how we're going to reach to a place where everybody can have a safe and secure and peaceful future. Apart from the importance of urban and organic agriculture, living here, I realized that getting access to food is a practical problem also. It's firstly, being a tropical country, it does not have the same level of diversity in fruits and vegetables that it potentially can have. There is a lot of untapped potential when it comes to Cuba. And it does become this place which has solved a lot of problems that we honestly are scrambling about, like extremism, for instance, or just our failure to be able to trust each other, our fellow citizens or our fellow friends without qualms. Cuba does not have those problems at all. You could genuinely just knock on somebody's door and expect them to receive you like you're their old friend. And because of that, I think I've made a Cuban family of my own. So there would be 3 different Cuban grandmas and 4 different Cuban mothers and a lot of Cuban aunts who would be more than happy to make sure that I'm doing well, even when I'm not doing, or even when I'm struggling. But the fundamental problems that we face, and material problems that they face, like food security, is something that we can all come together and find solutions for. And find solutions in a way which are more inclusive, which are more sustainable, which are more true to the way human beings are supposed to live, as opposed to commodifying everything or commercializing everything. And that's how Patria Siembra also started. So we created an online community of more than 150 people. So we have more than 150 people in Cuba who actively connect with each other to teach each other how to start growing fruits and vegetables in their homes, in their patios, in their neighborhoods, so that they don't build food security at a national level on one day. They start from their homes, they start from their neighborhoods, and then they create capacities from the ground up so that they have control over their own needs. They can cater to themselves and serve the community at the same time. uh, we and another thing that we end up doing is we align ourselves with a lot of national institutions. So we have the Jose Mati Program Office, we have the CDRs, which is the Neighborhood Watch, which was developed as part of the neighborhood communities that they end up building, and we align with them as well to spread this message across societies. But the reason I wanted to kind of talk about this project was also because that was what the result of the conference was 2 years ago. So I can't really wait to see what this January brings us and what it leads to. And I'm sure there are a million things that we can do. And with the amount of people coming, and then there are more than 1,000 delegates across 89 different countries. So we already have a considerable presence of eco-civilization around the globe. But it's a beautiful opportunity for us to just branch out and get more of those countries out there as well. And I really look forward to meeting as many of you in Havana as possible.
Thank you, Kartika. This was fantastic and a very clear invitation. But I'd like to just reinforce one message that Kartika shared. We were there only a year and a half, let's say 2 years ago. So in 2023, in January. And since then, so much has evolved. 8-1 has done some incredible jobs. And with a little more participation of Ecocivilisation and building up these networks of food self-supply and exchange of information, exchange of practices for permaculture, for dynamic farming and things like that, these are enormous potentials. And so whoever wants to be part of this hype, please join us. And connect and bring your own heart and visions. And something unique about Cuba is that it's, in a way, 65 years of isolation. It's a horrible thing to happen to a country. But on the other hand, it's a very unique ecosystem. So nowhere else in the world you will find something like that. So thank you, Kartika. And it's a pleasure now. It's 8-1 Corner. It's a pleasure to invite the next two speakers. There are two projects that we've been now for a few years collaborating and with Ecocivilisation and 8-1. And Ramit has already mentioned them. So FAIR Project and Global Open House. And I invite first Aparna and then Isha to share the stories of these two projects and open up the edges even more for more people to join. Please.
Thank you, Violetta, and hello, everyone. It is so amazing to be here. My heartfelt congratulations to the whole of Ecocivilisation team, the amazing work that everyone has been doing. It has been so inspiring to just have been listening throughout. And like Violetta mentioned in the very beginning when she was speaking about Ecocivilisation and how it came into being, Ecocivilisation started 5 years ago in 2020, and that was also when we were conceptualizing the FAIR project. And Violetta has been there, part of the project since day zero, not even day one. And for us to be officially collaborating with Ecocivilisation for the project is nothing short of surreal. So thanks so much, Violetta, for allowing us to pick your brain every year. And we will continue to do so. So I will give everyone a little bit of a background on what we have been up to with the FAIR project. It is an annual experiential program that we host for young change makers from all over the country in India. And so far in the last 5 years, we have engaged with over 148 change makers. And since we open up applications each year, we have received over 3,000 registrations from all over the country of young change makers who really want to engage and do something to bring about the change that they envision for a fairer world. To the extent that this year, at the end of the project back in July, we launched the Changemakers Guide to a Fairer World, which collated all of their thoughts, all of their conversations, and was a culmination of all of the work that they had done up till then into this little guide that they made to create a guide, to create a roadmap for a fairer world and how we can achieve it. And since the program has achieved so much success online, for its next 5-year cycle, what we are planning to do is to take it to the ground and include a short immersion, offline immersion element to it. And because of the close community that the cohorts have become together, and all of the 96 plus speakers and mentors from across the world, from across disciplines who have engaged with our change makers and guided them to this stage, we're now taking it forward and bringing it to the ground. And the idea for the next 5 years is to get the change makers to address concerns of public institutions and infrastructure in India, starting with public health institutions in India in the year 2025, wherein they will be taking on the task of looking at all of the various challenges that the public health infrastructure in India is facing and trying to develop a roadmap to bringing in fairness for those areas. So that's really where we are going to be beginning 2025 with, and there is a lot that is going to be happening soon, beginning January 2025 itself. So that was a little bit about the FAIR project, and again, really excited to be partnering with Ecocivilisation on this one. Thanks, Violetta.
Yes, thank you very much. Incredible, Aparna. And I have to be very humble here. I'm just a little, maybe positive sparkle into your movement, but 99% of the work, that's on you. And let's hope that we will co-create in the future something that will bring even more meaning to this really important initiative that addresses young people, involves them, and gives them a chance to deliver on something they believe in. It's so inspiring. Thank you very much. And Isha, the floor is yours with the Global Open House, which also is primarily for the youth, but of course, everybody else is welcome. And I will say something which probably, Isha, you will not. This has been co-created really together with 81 and Ecocivilisation, but we hold the space open until somebody is talking. Okay, so Isha will share the record that
Yes.
Ramit is holding about how long this conversation can go. Isha, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This has been such a wonderful experience listening into everyone. And what I'm about to share with all of you is no different from what we've already heard. We've heard about networking, we've heard about holding that space for conversations, that space for taking ideas forward from so many of us. I think Felipe and even Matik and so many of you have shared today. And when you were sharing these words and these learnings that have come from your experience, they resonated so very well with what we are doing. And just to sort of give all of you a little bit of context, the Global Open House um, we are in fact going to host our 13th edition tomorrow. And it's a space where there is no agenda, there is no time limit, as simple as that. It's a space where we want everybody to come and have conversations. There are no moderators, there are no speakers, and sort of guests who sort of share a message or that they would like to. It's really a space where we want everybody to have that emergence, that we talk about. And we've actually experienced it. And as Violetta was just mentioning, our record has so far been for 17 hours, one of our longest call. But at the same time, we've also had calls which have lasted for 2 to 3 hours. But that is also because, we all respect the kind of time and conversation that sometimes take place, sometimes they don't. So, it's not a place where we judge, right? It's not a place where we like to enforce or push people in any way, shape, or form. So that is really one of the essence that we really like to sort of imbibe and take forward. While it is, yes, we do agree that because of our connection with the youth, we do end up seeing a lot of applicants and the people from the FAIR project joining in. We've also had a lot of guests across the world who have joined in time and again whenever time permits. But this is really an opportunity for all of you, and it would be so lovely to have our conversations that we are having right now to sort of extend, because I know that there were moments in between where we all wanted to sort of pause and discuss on something. But there's so much more to share that, and because this is a little bit of a time-bound event. But tomorrow there's that space that's open for everyone, and I'm certain that these are not just conversations and casual talks that happen. These are seeds that sort of are sown into our subconscious and which do start growing. And just to give you a little bit of an example, that there are sometimes conversations that we've had, and I'm sure Violetta, Ramit, everybody would sort of go back. We had a conversation on elections, and we started taking in all these perspectives from Cuba, from Slovenia, from other parts of the world, and even within India, the kind of diversity and the experiences that we've had with various levels at which democracy and how elections have been panning out. And that itself brought out the diversity and the range of emotions, of learnings, and of ways in which human behaviors just flourish and function. And it was so insightful for us to sort of experience that collectively. So there are always these moments of wisdom that one gains, simply by even listening in to these conversations. And that's the beauty of Global Open House. And tomorrow, it is happening from 3 p.m. CET. And of course, we'll be there till you are there. So there really is no time limit to it, even if you're not able to join in at 3 p.m. But whenever you've had the time, just maybe click on the link and you'll see what's happening. So I'll just quickly share the link on the chat. And yeah,
And
we're open to
Aparna
questions.
has done it. Aparna has done it.
Great. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Isha, for bringing us on board on this very exciting project. Yeah, product. It's happening a few times per year, not that often, but I've learned so much. As much as you remember the political discussion, I remembered a lot about the discussion about caste systems and how young people feel and the transformative power that they bring at the table. It was, for me, an incredible training session, education per excellence. So thank you very much. But I have
Sorry, I'd just like to add one more thing. And on all of these calls, this is just a personal thing that I'd like to add. Violetta is one of the best people to sort of provocate or sort of nudge a conversation, and then we see it, it rolling out and sort of unfolding. So for me, that's one of the best, the highlights of these open conversations. So yeah.
Thank you, Isha. And it's time to move forward. Now, these are the 3 projects that will be happening in 2025. And we're now making announcement of 2 very important series of events. Our year of Ubuntu, circular economy, and then water has really prompted a new sort of need for a longer continuous discussion on particular topic that is challenging to the movement itself. So it always idea comes from the members. So that's how 2 new series were born, and we found them so important that we said, okay, we can handle 2. Even though it's a lot of work, but we will handle this year 2 of them, and every 2 weeks from February on, we will have eco-civilization conversations. One will be in the year of mental health, and the other one will be on leadership challenged. So right now, I'm inviting Eleftheria and Rajni briefly, please, to share the essence of this movement. Why did we decide to go for it? And what are your expectations at the end of this flow? Eleftheria, Rajni, the word is yours.
Thank you, Violeta, once again. And as I mentioned in my previous presentation, that we began the mental health awareness movement in March 2024 with Waha Women. And we are committed to carrying this mission forward through Ecocivilisation to reach a broader audience. So together with my friend Eleftheria, and of course Violeta is always there with us, we are planning to celebrate the year 2025 as a year of mental health through a series of webinars. So let me show you some of the glimpses of the highlights, some of the reasons why we thought of that we should be celebrating this year 2025 as a year of mental health awareness. Because first of all, we believe that mental health is a pillar of resilience and sustainability. Because through prioritizing mental well-being, we can think of building a healthy society, resilient beings, and fostering sustainable development. Secondly, we always feel that breaking the stigma around mental health is very, very imperative. It is essential that we should, if not able to break down the stigma 100%, at least we will try to reduce the stigma around mental health, which we feel is very critical for creating a society where everybody can feel safe and they could thrive as an individual. Only when we allow individuals to contribute to their full potential, when we break these kind of stigma in the society, and we hope for a prosperous and flourishing future for humanity. And the third point that I have listed down is empowering stewards of societal and civilizational change. That essentially means that any civilizational change comes with good mental health, and good mental health equips individual to lead and inspire transformative change and helps them think beyond existing mindset and act with care and compassion. Empathy is very, very important in any society. So as we believe that it is key to nurturing leaders who can guide our civilization towards a more balanced and sustainable and harmonious future. We feel that we should be working towards mental health, and we should be celebrating the year 2025 as a full-fledged mental health year awareness year. And to take us through the next part of the presentation, I would like to invite my friend Eleftheria. I hope Eleftheria is around us.
Thank you, Rajni.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Rajni, I don't know if you have the next slide, possibly.
Yeah, I have.
Thank you so much. This mental health, for those of you who really know me, is I'm super passionate about it. It's what I'm trained in, and it was a huge blessing and honor for this to emerge. And I think what we're seeing in the world right now is a massive need for us to start focusing on that, but also from a holistic perspective, and also take into account that we are our environment and our environment is us. There's no separation in this. And so the purpose for our mental health here and the essence of it is, one, to raise awareness, to really increase understanding. I still find, after kind of working in this field for 22 years, that there's still also a huge stigma around it. And so it's really just helping people. The first part of our series is really just simply explaining and understanding what it is, where do you go, to whom, for which issue, and to also just start normalizing conversations around mental health. Then we're also going to, for the second part of our series, and we invite all of you to really come and join us on this journey, because it'll be a journey in the inner and the outer worlds. The second part of the journey is really about creating safe places. And for what I'm hearing with 8.1, this is one of those safe spaces that is created in the world. But how can we create those safe spaces at home, within ourselves, corporate world, in every space that we can find? A space where we are emotionally and psychologically safe, where we are without any judgment. That's when we can have the conversations, the real conversations, to meet heart to heart and talk about the real issues of the day. And also, we will be providing resources. So we really want to be speaking, we will be inviting and speaking to experts in different fields, to offer us some information and tools and books and practices that really help us one tool I shared with you today was the bee breath, which is about regulating the nervous system. But there are so many different tools which we can offer ourselves and others around us to really move into wholeness and wellness as one collective ecosystem. So that'll be the year of mental health.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And of course, it's starting, as we said, basically in March with a full scale. And it's still time to join, to suggest some additional activities around this topic. And of course, we'd be happy to we'd be happy to support you and try to include you in the overall program. So this, thank you, Eleftheria, and thank you, Rajni, for giving us the essence of this year of mental health. And the next one that came forward, and it's also attracting a lot of attention, is the Year of Leadership Challenged. It's not to learn about the current styles of leadership. What we realized is that throughout our activities in the last 4.5 years, we've seen so many leadership schools. I'm not going to have a lecture here, but it's an amazing amount of leadership courses and leadership schools around the world. But look around. The world is getting worse and worse in a sense, especially through leaders that are trained and educated through those schools and training. So we said, okay, let's try to take a little bit deeper look at this and see, can we challenge the way how we see the leadership and the content that's been taught in those leadership courses and schools? And can we learn something out of it and maybe send a little impulse to the space where possibly we could shift the focus and orientation of the concepts of leadership. So we have with us Mar and maybe also Andrea, and I would like to invite to a little comment about Why are you part of it, and how do you find what we prepared so far for 2025? Mar, the word is yours.
Thank you so much, Violeta. You have started with the correct way of doing it. As always, you spot on how much famous it becomes the concept of leadership. However, how we implement it and how we could do it to make it better, how we could shape the leadership towards a new generation, and from us to change our mindset of how we need to lead. Do I share my presentation now, or you want just a few
Yes,
words?
go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. So I will share because I prepare like the 7 minutes that you asked me for.
Try to shorten it a little bit if you can, because
Yes, it's 7 minutes. 7 minutes, as you said.
Okay.
You know, that's why I think we need to move from this charismatic leadership that is part of our generations. No, we have the leader. As you see, the chairs, the green chairs. No, they are all there sitting, looking at the leader. Instead, we need to go to a result-driven leadership. I think that the world is claiming for that and is crying in sometimes for that because of that crisis. So maybe you wanted to be in the chair, orange chair, because you feel like, for example, Violeta is our orange chair, just sitting there, and maybe you share, but we share the same leadership, you know, and so it's we need to work on what is the protagonism, the role of the leaders in the society that should be different. So for me, the agenda of leadership, and when I say agenda, I say political agenda as well. For me, it have to be from four main aspects: education, tech, ethics, and legal. So what I mean with each of these topics, first of all, education, educating us to be different in the way we lead. This is something that it's not about only to be self-critical. It's about just to change completely the style of leadership, starting from political leaders specifically. And then for the new generations, develop of then critical thinking. Now it's just a matter of options. There are education systems, there are schools, there are focus on what is the individual. Now we need to be really the human center, not an individualistic idea, not selfish, just to create their own ideas of what is good and what is not. Sometimes when you see wars, when you see climate action, when you see the political crisis, you realize that it's a matter of common sense. So if we try to make citizens, doesn't matter if they're creative or not creative, creating creativity. This is a matter of working on creativity. So for me, education, leading on education, creating leaders on creation. This is for me for the new generation. Then on tech, what's happening with tech? Because now we have robots that are artists. They create their own paintings. We have a woman, a Spanish woman who lives in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, that she married in a ceremony an hologram. She created an hologram that is his husband, and she said that this is a way to fight back loneliness. So what we are having is, because this has changed completely, so we are creating a new shape for values. There are brand new values. Well, so I strongly believe that we need to lead, and this is something that is our responsibility, to lead on what is traditional values adapted to what is a technological development, and not the other way around. And for that, we need to be sure to create systems where ethics, where transparency, respect, generosity, solidarity became part of everything, and claim for that, be very strict on how we defend values, leading on high values. And then we have ethics, and ethics is very difficult because you have a moral frame you created for your culture, your education, your own ideas, and then you build the priority of values based on that moral framework. But what happens when you have these chairs, all different colors? This is religion, this is tradition, this is personalities. So the values will be different. So the only thing that you could assure and leading on that is that the transparency and accountability mechanisms are there. So you are not biased in terms of values. You don't create values, you create your own values. So to have a strong personality on that and don't let them influence. And when we talk about social media, is quite a chaos, and it's becoming an ad hoc power that we need to fight back with a very strong body on what is ethics. And then we have the legal aspects. Leading in legal is part of the government. We think that's the public sector, that politicians, legal, and the citizen vote, and that's it. But what happens when we go beyond the public sector? When we realize that the decisions that are taken is not what the citizens wanted, and I don't want to enter in political issues, but what happened in the European Union, what is happening currently now, when you see the service of the citizen is completely different and the decisions that are being taken. So this is the two stairs that are crossing, and we cannot get to the top on that. We are going circular. So this is a matter of social responsibility, and the first one is the leading of the civil society, a new role. So be creative, because now it's not working the way we are doing it. But this movement of eco-civilization, G100 as a platform. So we are rehearsal. At least we are rehearsal of how we could lead differently. So for finally, the last slide, a roadmap on leadership for me had to be leveraging ethics at the very first. Humanizing tech, we are doing the other way around. We are getting robotized. We are automatizing our values. So let's do it the other way around. Then let's put it human on that technology. Legal compliance, it doesn't matter if we have the legal, we have the regulation, we need the compliance, and of course more regulation, what is all related to AI. And finally, educating towards social commitment and values. We are walking towards not leading. Most of the new generations don't want to lead, and they give up. So creating responsibility is about creating leadership. And thank you so much. I hope I don't take much time.
You were very much on time. Thank you very much for this introduction. We as people were able to see the poster. There is a co-creation of 4 people. There's a co-creation of 4 different networks. So we will get really good experiences from different mindsets, different cultural frameworks, and different value sets. But at the same time, we will be looking for this future orientation and the future meaning of leadership. So please join us and be part of this creation. I know that we've been together for now almost 5 hours, and I promised to deliver on time the whole thing. But I do feel almost sorry that a lot of you had to switch off for this final, for me, maybe one of the most important elements of today's session is to actually acknowledge the strong vibes of those that really co-created the shape of 2024 beyond the leaders that were able to speak most of the time today. Because many of them, last year, those core pillars of eco-civilization movement were awarded last year, but new have surfaced. And I'd like to present to you 3 types of rewards that we continue to shape basically the positive impact with. And we would like to say thank you to a couple of people who really made a difference this year. And many of them could not either make it or couldn't stay that long because of some time differences or other reasons, but that would not diminish the appreciation that we will all show to them. And I'd like to publicly say thank you to them, and then send the diplomas via digital means that they can receive them in person. But it's really about acknowledgement. It's really about recognition. And it's really about hope and progressive ideas that propelled us forward. It's really a deep, deep thank you from my heart. Because it's one thing is to have an idea and hold a space, but to deliver, you need commitment of many. And we've heard so many of those people today. But here we go. And first series, I would like to say a special thank you to Daria Brečko-Poženel. As I mentioned before, this year, they really dive deeply, and a lot of their work on the new page for Ecocivilisation was sponsored. They did charge only the most basic hours that they used, and they charged for the work that was done outside their company. But the way how they felt and the way how they understood the core vibes of Ecocivilisation, I think are really well reflected on our new Ecocivilisation page. And also, the international community of digital marketing recognized that and awarded us as a second place in a very tough competition, and overall, so not only in the digital branch, but overall as a holistic and systemic digital manifestation of one idea. So thank you, really, Daria. Unfortunately, you had to go, but we will send you this tomorrow. And I will express in the name of all of us in writing the real appreciation of their collaboration. And of course, they continue to follow our work, and they continue to help us to expand and look for new solutions for the future. The second one is, oops, this is wrong. How could I make this mistake? You see, when you do everything, okay, I'll do it like this. Give me a minute, because the names are not right. Okay, here we go. The next one is our dear friend Kartika, who I already made a good introduction to before, but I'm just amazed with the commitment of this girl. Seriously, I mean, I'd really like to express a deep appreciation for the way how she manages all the coordination between challenging maze of Cuban administration and people with Ecocivilisation movement, with all of us who will join with, and all the administration that has to be done and coordination. But it's not just tasks. She's doing it with her heart. Nothing is too hard for her. Nothing is too challenging for her. So I would like to express a special thank you to you, Kartika, for a sustainable support and co-creation. And I know that this will lead after January 2025 to even closer and deeper collaboration in this section. So a deep thank you in the name of all of us. Thank you. And you are here, so maybe you could just say hello, and I hope that you accept this thank you appreciation note from all of us. Maybe she's no longer with us. Okay, the next one. The next one, it's probably not known to you that much, but this girl was incredible, and she is the reason she pushed me over the edge this year, saying, you got to start making some money, Violeta. You cannot finance this whole thing by yourself all the time. Go and get projects, and I will help you. And that's how it happened. Lena put enormous energy into helping us to identify a possible call to apply, and we got it. And we did the Western Balkan tour, and we made our first money under the Ecocivilisation umbrella and the Ecocivilisation name. And of course, as I said, all the profits from that project are now being reinvested back into Ecocivilisation, and that gave me a lot of freedom to be a bit more present in Balkan, in Latin America, in Cuba, and hopefully it will cover also our administrative costs for the next year. So I'm very grateful to Alenka, and she is right now, she would have been with us, but she's right now working together with our Ecocivilisation Week for Uganda. And I partially sponsored her activity there as well, and they will have sessions for women in Uganda, and then she and her friend will go and work with refugees, the Darfur refugees, and especially women. So we're very proud of her, and she's constantly cross-pollinating Ecocivilisation with all the projects that she's doing. So thank you very much, Alenka, as well. And now that brings me to the second part of the rewards, which this year we are awarding an incredible energy of Natasha Herrer with certificate of recognition for growth and of local Ecocivilisation network. Natasha was sort of a non-member for a short while, and then all of a sudden she calls me and she says, "Now I know what Ecocivilisation is all about, and now I'm ready to engage." And since then, things are moving with the really speed of light. So I think I'm really honored to recognize, Natasha, your contribution, your work, and of course, all the beautiful people that you brought along, and additional engagement now for the Western Balkan, where you are also driven by bringing some revenues to the region in order to work on a very concrete, tangible projects that are leading towards the manifestation of Ecocivilisation values and goals. So very much looking forward to continue to support you, your team, and the entire Western Balkans network. As you could see at the beginning of my presentation, it's now, besides Cyprus, everybody is on board. So this 2025, Cyprus will be, and Malta will be a sort of a goal from that area. It's not Balkan, but from this Mediterranean area, to bring them on board and really act. Natasha is also very much driven by European projects, so they are already working together with Eleftheria and some other members from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from Albania, from Kosovo, from Macedonia. Hopefully Bulgaria will join as well, and Romania, and of course Slovenia. And we can then have some very tangible projects related to culture, language, and cross-pollination of cultural circles. So Natasha, it's been a real honor walking the path along with you, and thank you for 2024 to be your breakthrough year within Ecocivilisation. Are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm so happy. Thank you very much for this recognition. So this year was really transformative, and it was a big roller coaster in professional life and also in private life. So I'm very happy to get it, and that all this work was really recognized as a complete commitment to the Ecocivilisation movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natasha. And now we have a couple of more. These are the Ecocivilisation words from within Ecocivilisation for positive impact. One of them goes for sure to Deidra. Deidra has shared her artwork so openly, with some concern that we all learn through what art and how we are treating art globally. But as you could see, the book, Water, the Essence of Life, would not be the same without her paintings. That gave us a very strong vibe in a sense of reaching even deeper and further. But there is hardly no event that she would not be willing to contribute. And even through her social media, she is perpetuating the Ecocivilisation idea all the time, being an active member. And so we're very happy to have her. She is a result of our involvement with the Cuba conference in 2023. That's where we met, and we continue to engage, and she became also a Ecocivilisation wing for New Zealand. We hope to expand in New Zealand further, especially we are seeking now quality connections with Maori people and bring a bit of that essence of their incredibly rich culture and far-reaching philosophy to Ecocivilisation as well. So, Deidra, thank you very much. I know you're not watching right now, but we will send this message to her tomorrow. The next one is Eleftheria. I know that you know Eleftheria well, and I gotta admit, it's not always easy to lead this movement. There are lots of challenges and coordination, but Elle is always there. Whenever I call her, she's always there. She helps me to keep the focus. We discuss different options, and I'm very much grateful to her to be this invisible sort of energy that's holding the space for everything to evolve well in spite of the odds. So, dear Eleftheria, thank you very much. Really, I very much appreciate your commitment and presence. And I hope that this will continue to flourish and continue to evolve towards a sort of a shared aspiration, which are giving the Ecocivilisation circles a safe space within the movement to work with on different aspects in a new framework of engagement. So this is yet to be developed, but the seeds are there, the discussions are there. And if not in 25, in 26, I'm sure there's going to be something very inspiring. And I'd like to join this together with the commitment that Ramit and I have created for the Ecocivilisation Academy, because we do need new tools for new breakthroughs. We cannot nurture new ideas within the old tools. So here, I'm happy. I'm looking forward to engage with you further. Thank you, Eleftheria. And you are still here, if I can see correctly. If you want to connect for a second.
Thank you very much, Violeta. It's a great honor. And yes, I'm super passionate about eco-civilization and this community, and humbled and super grateful. Thank you for you. Thank you for everybody. Yeah, just thank you.
Thanks, Elle. And we will have a pleasure hearing Eleftheria also with a closing meditation, which will happen in a few minutes. One person who went through a lot of personal transformation, and along with her also the local wing, is Manica. Manica bravely took over the leadership of Ecocivilisation Slovenia. And it's always the hardest part is to be a pope in your own village. So but she's finding the way. She belongs to this generation of young people which we managed to meet today. These are the youth between 20 and 40 and 20 and 45. That's the energy that is now entering the space. And I feel like my responsibility is holding the space, that they feel safe, that they can engage, that they can go further and learn from the emergence. And Manica really delivered beyond what I expected for this year when we changed the country chair. Of course, Sonia moved on, found her new nest, and we were very happy to recommend her to a different circle of G100. And Manica just bravely took her space. And then when Martina joined her, she felt even stronger and supported. But I know that. But Manica, I'd like to say a big thank you for your brave move, for your dedication, and for your commitment in spite of all the challenges that were happening to you this year as well. And I think you're still with us as well.
Yes, thank you, Violeta, and thank you to the community and of the Ecocivilisation. You inspire me all, and mostly, yes, I'm inspired by my passion, my emergence for intuitive leadership, for conscious individual, and you are really offering this safe space for us to develop those new leadership skills and ways to lead. I always like the most the sentence, is the leadership even necessary still? If we have empowered individuals, holistic individuals. So I really love experimenting that, and I think that that's really a groundbreaking area for evolution of humanity and for this our big question, are we able to transcend, transform, or we are staying in the old ways? So looking forward to break this one with Martina Putz and all of you with cross-pollination and co-creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Manica. And now there come two suggestions from the local post. It was my enormous honor to award this certificate of recognition to Vivian Pinto Salman, who was recognized as a member of Ecocivilisation Chile as one of those really inspiring energies that is always there, helping, acting, and her mastery of digital tools have helped the chair and the rest of the movement improve the international communication of Ecocivilisation and Agua Chile. In addition, her kindness in helping with translation and generating fluid conversations in English have been important in strengthening the international relations. And in addition to all of the above, it is essential to add that her team spirit and dedication are an example to follow. Those are the messages from her Ecocivilisation and Water Wing Chile. So Vivian, it's an incredible honor and pleasure to award you with this certificate of recognition for a positive impact. I'm afraid, maybe Vivian, are you still with us? I'm afraid not.
I'm here.
Oh,
Yes.
you are fantastic, Vivian. Yes, we're so happy. Thank you for being who you are and bringing all these beautiful energies and topics and contributions to our circles.
Thank you so much for the recognition, and especially because it means a lot to me, because I feel that Ecocivilisation and here in this moment, being with you is the place I have to be now. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivian. And we have one more. Last but not least, the suggestion came from Ecocivilisation India. I don't know if you know, but we have this incredible young lady as part of our movement. She is the youngest member, official member of our network. And it's a real special talent at her age of 17. You can find her really in various keynote assignments at various universities and forums, or you can follow her on LinkedIn and have very creative and thought-provoking posts and stories. She's an inspiration for all of us on how to turn feelings and thoughts into actions. Her initiative, Plantera, which is about building an online community for free plantation, has already brought together 14 countries. Mridula is the kind of person you would want to support and join with. Some of her recent engagements also include the podcast on addressing youth anxiety in a Warming World with Climate Educators Network and TEDx talks on advocating for climate actions. She's a student of science and loves biology and chemistry. She aims to study medicine, and we wish her all the best in the future. That's the message from Ecocivilisation India. And dear Mridula, it's an honor to have you. And the reason for this certificate is because you've been such an inspiration in your own circles in Ecocivilisation India. That's the decision that came from your colleagues and friends. And I'm more than honored to be able to support their suggestion and to award you with this certificate of recognition, hoping that more young people will hear that, connect with you, and that you could be the next wave. As Herbin said, we're setting this up for 100 years. In 100 years' time, we'll no longer be around, but the traces of your commitments will still be alive very much, and we count on the youth network to inspire us in the future as well. So this is the last certificate of recognition for this yearly summit. So congratulations. Mansi, are you still, Arti, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm sure that Mridula is not here, but I'm sure you will pass our
Absolutely.
deepest
It's
collection.
11:30 here in India, so she's of course gone to bed because she has school tomorrow.
Of course.
But honestly, this is she's been such an amazing inspiration during COVID. So she was clearly 14 at that time. She started something called the Terra Bank, where she started awarding Terra coins for people who were doing anything in the space of climate action. So this girl is she just understands how you can operationalize feelings and sensibilities. How do you turn that into a project? And she's been feeding so many projects worldwide. So we really wish her all the best, and I'll definitely send the screenshot that I just took.
Thank you for this proposal, Arti. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, so this is bringing us almost to an end. You've heard about all the plans for next year. I tried to put them here in a more congested format, and Ecocivilisation Academy is on, Ramit. So I did not shy away from the responsibility. But there will be even more stress on cross-pollination and, of course, also on funding, where we count on your own initiatives as well. And you don't need to create global funding. Just go for local funding as well and strengthen your positions, and you can get inspired by the projects that we already have or we are applying for, that you see what are the elements that might get some attention, and then you can do even more projects, and also, of course, take care of yourself, because after all, you need to live as well, and we're fully aware of that. So the Ecocivilisation strength will really increase when we will be able to create also economic opportunities for our members. But I'm not here to do it for you. I'm here to support you, but go ahead and look for them, and we'll help you to deliver the content in order to bear the benefits. So that's for now. We were almost 1 hour over time. Now we're only 11 minutes. So thank you for being precise and being such a good on time in the last section. Now, if you can bear with me just one more minute, I'd like to invite I would like to give the word. I'm getting tired and my English is not as fluent anymore. But I'd like to give the floor to one of our new members as well, who really impressed me. I met her in the Western Balkans roadshow. And of course, we can all share her story of being challenged in the war conditions, but constantly showing this optimism and belief that things will get better and life will get better. So please welcome Alexandra, and she would like to address us all. And I found this as a good ending thought instead of my thoughts. So Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Alexandra.
Yeah, I'm really not sure that you can hear me and see me because we are challenging right now in Ukraine. There's blackouts and it's already like daily thing. But still, what I see in Ukraine that we have a lot of the young participants contributing to the fight with the climate change, and a lot of the scientists are still working on climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I'm really so motivated together with them. And I was really privileged to participate in the workshops in the Western Balkans together with Violetta. And this invitation to become a part of the Ecocivilisation, it's really an honor for me. And thank you so much, Violetta, for that. And I really loved all of those projects that you are doing. And I already see the potential for collaboration. I love that co-creation elements and all the partnership that you were mentioning today. And I would like really also to contribute to those projects tackling the mental health, because I already work on some projects tackling climate change and mental health, because I'm a climate scientist by training. But right now, for the 3 years, I work with the European Climate Foundation and doing projects connecting different worlds of the economic and climate change, other human sciences and climate change. So I really very much motivated and positive, and see already that we have a lot of the same things all together. And I will be really glad to have some collaboration with all of you. Thank you, Violetta, for this invitation. Thank you so much for everyone for what you are doing. I'm really motivated. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. And if there is any other new wing that is still present, I would like to give the last word to you. Do we have a colleague from Luxembourg? Okay, if not, that is fine too. It's been a long 5 hours and 15 minutes. And now, before we go home, let's bring all these thoughts together and let's have a beautiful egg-shaped cocoon that we will nurture ourselves and all these ideas within. And who else to invite to this closure than our dear Eleftheria? We're finishing with a closing meditation. And then if anybody wants to have a little chat further, I will stay connected, but the summit will be closed with Eleftheria's meditation. El, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, everybody. So I'm just going to invite you again to maybe just stretch out the body a little bit. We've been sitting for a while to see what your body would like to do. And then just lifting your feet, planting them back on the ground, closing your eyes, turning the gaze inwards. And if it feels right to you, maybe one hand on the heart. We're just going to take a deep grounding breath in, breathing in from the bottom of the belly. Draw that breath right to the top of your head. Exhaling out with a sigh or a bee buzz. Bzz. And for a moment, just quietening down the mind, the body, the heart, in your own way, just expressing gratitude for all the blessings seen and unseen. With all this connection and cross-pollination, just observing for yourself in the inner landscape what landed for you in your heart and your body today. What really ignited something within you? And what will you take forward? And just connecting with that curious, innocent child within. Imagining the imaginal cells in all of us just awakening, connecting, collecting to co-create our vision. From the space of gratitude, deep appreciation, and observing the beauty within and without. Just take a deep belly breath in again. Exhaling out that breath. Deep sigh, feeling your roots, grounding you to this moment, this time, this place. Remembering that we're all connected, rooted in love. When you are ready, gently start opening your eyes, seeing through the doorway of the heart and our collective connection.
Thank you. And with this act, I wish you a prosperous, engaging 2025 with many sparkles in your eyes, harmony and joy in your heart, and firm steps for what you feel is right.